Jared, we don't have sound.
We should. He can hear you and he'll turn it up right now.
Okie dokie.
I don't have
The
a
sound feedback's there and
yeah, I just
we'll turn up.
find this on my thing and give you this back? Oh, okay. All right. I had like 3 of them, so. Okay. Well, good evening, everybody. Thanks for coming, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Villa Park City Council. So I will call the meeting to order here with my little gavel. Jared, will you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Mills. Here. Councilwoman Pauly.
Here.
Councilman Reese.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fasenelli.
Present.
Mayor Barnett.
Present. Well, let's do the flag a little different. Rather, is there anybody out there that would like to lead in the pledge to our
Why
great?
not have Rich
great
Fresky
flag?
from the Serrano Water District lead us?
No, that's probably not a bad idea, especially since no one else raised their hand. Okay, Rich, you want to lead us in the flag salute? Thanks.
Thank you. Please stand. And as you recite this, think about all the people that have given their lives so that we can enjoy this freedom. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, if everybody turn their cell phones off, and I think I'll do the same with mine, we can proceed. If anyone would like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda, we will have a session for non-agendized items at the beginning. So when we call that, you can go ahead and stand up and give your name and address and approach the podium and go ahead and speak, and we'll try and give everybody maybe 3 minutes to get that done. The first presentation is an update from the Transportation Corridor Agency. Will Lisa tell us, or is it tells or tell us?
It's actually Teus.
Was it?
Teus is how it's pronounced.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Lisa.
That's okay.
If you want to go ahead and give us an update, we'd love to hear it.
Okay, thank you. I have a little PowerPoint presentation, so
Okay.
if you can see it as well. Okay, I wasn't sure
go.
how you see it. So my name is Lisa Teus, and I am the Chief Communications Officer for the Transportation Corridor Agencies. And we operate the 51-mile toll road system here in Orange County. Closest to you is the 241 toll road. And we've been going out to the city councils and giving a presentation about some changes that are happening with the way you pay on the toll road, which is what I'm going over today. But one thing I wanted to note, before we come to the city, I like to find out how many fast track accounts are in a city. And actually, and you're officially known as the hidden jewel, and I have found out today that you're probably the hidden jewel of our agency, because 36% of your households have a fast track account, which is very high. I know you have a small amount of households, but that's really a large percentage for, I'd probably ranks with one of the highest percentages for households. So thank you very much. So if you go on through the slides, if you move forward, just as an overview, the Transportation Corridor Agencies runs the toll roads, that's our brand, and it's the 73, the 133, the 241, and the 261 toll road. I'll talk later a little bit about the 91 express lanes and other toll roads, lanes in the area, but our agency is just responsible for those 4 lanes. What happens is, if you could skip through, just as some background, the toll roads we have in Orange County were actually the first toll roads in California. It's the largest toll road network in the state. And we were the first to have and develop the fast track transponder technology for paying tolls, and gave the logo for fast track. And now throughout the state, wherever you drive on a toll road, you can utilize your fast track transponder. So if ever you see the fast track logo, you have your transponder in your car, you can use that road and it will charge to your account. So 250,000 transactions are recorded on our toll roads each day. Which means those are trips that aren't on the 55 and the 5 and the 91 freeway. Also, just for a lot of people think these are Orange County's toll roads, and certainly the toll roads are in Orange County, but 40% of our fast track account holders actually reside outside of Orange County. So they really are serving the people that travel through our county and certainly to our county because of the job centers here in Orange County. So what do we offer if you make a choice to drive the toll roads? Oops. Certainly we offer, what our customers tell us is it's gives me predictability. I know for sure I'm going to get where I need to go on time, and also relieves stress because there's wide open spaces and views, and a lot of people, our customers tell us, is once they get on the toll road, they calm down a little bit as they're driving on the road. So 81% of our customers do pay every day with a Fast Track account. It does provide the lowest toll. The toll is lower if you have Fast Track than with cash. And also, it gives you the statewide access if you have Fast Track. So you can use Fast Track on the 91 express lanes, the new express lanes in LA, the 10 and the 110. And in San Diego, there's also express lanes. And also, if you drive all the way to San Francisco, you can go across the Golden Gate Bridge with your Fast Track transponder. Also, another point is there are people who are concerned about the fee. There is a monthly fee for Fast Track, but if you spend more than $25 a month on our system, then that fee is waived. But what about the other people, 16% who pay with cash? And this is what's happening, and I'll skip right to the last bullet. We're going to be taking cash payments away in May. And so we've done a lot of research. We've actually done a lot of work on this over the last 3 years. It actually is the trend across the country and actually around the world to remove cash toll collection from tolling facilities. And what we did with when we talked to our cash customers, what they said is that they need more varieties of ways to pay. They don't want to stop. They like the idea that Fast Track customers don't have to stop at toll plazas, but the Fast Track isn't working for them. And so we've done a lot of research, and I'm going to talk to you about some new options we're going to be offering to customers so there's even more choices that work for them. So what we're introducing, and actually we launched it in December, and you can sign up now for a new type of account to pay tolls, which is called an express account. Oops, can you go back? And what it will allow you to do is you don't have to stop at the toll plaza. You can drive through the Fast Track lanes. You don't have to deal with if you have exact change or cash on me. Takes away some of the fear if they're not sure what the toll is and do I have the right money to pay. You don't need to have a transponder in your windshield. You don't have to prepay your tolls, which is how Fast Track works. You prepay and then it draws down. There's no monthly account fee. And what it uses is your license plate. So basically, a photo is taken of your license plate after you set up an account, and that is what connects you to your account. So all you need to do to set up an Express account is, you can do it right now, and you can go to our website, or we also have a mobile app, and you need to give us your contact information, your license plate number, and one of the ways, and I'll talk about some other ways, but one is a credit card, and this is turning out to be the most popular way people are paying. And then what happens is, you can drive immediately. So if you sign up tonight, tomorrow, you can drive on the road. You can go through the Fast Track lanes. We don't have all the signs up yet that say Express account. Can you go back real quick? And then that night, after you do the transaction, it'll charge to your credit card that day. So for people who don't drive on the toll roads very often, but once in a while you need to go somewhere, or you want to go somewhere where the toll road will take you, you don't have to worry about having a balance on an account that's sitting there and not being used up. It'll just charge you the day of your transaction. So there's going to be new signs coming out on the roads, and they'll probably start going up in April. So today it doesn't say Express account, but it will have signage with Express account and Fast Track. Go to the next slide. And right now, and through to the end of March, we're offering an incentive of $30 of tolls credits into your account for either an Express account or a Fast Track account. So if you go onto our website, there is a promo code. It's called Flyer30. It lets you know that's what you have to put in the box to get the $30 in tolls. So I mentioned how the charge account is one way to pay. So if you look at this slide, Fast Track is still existing. You can still use Fast Track. If you have Fast Track, you don't need to make any changes, and that will be a way you still have to prepay your tolls into your account, and then it draws as you drive, and you have a transponder in your windshield. The Express accounts with the license plate, you can either put a credit card onto your account, or you can also prepay, and we're finding that people are doing that. They want to sign up and prepay their account and not have to think about it. Also, we have an invoice. The charge in the prepaid account has no monthly fee, but the invoice does have a fee along with getting an invoice, so you can then pay at the end of the month. And those all use the license plate imaging. The other thing we're going to offer, and I'll talk about this a little more in a minute, is a thing for what about the real true driver who only comes to Orange County once or twice a year, or once if they're a tourist. We also have a plan for them. So if you go to the next slide, what we're going to call it is one-time toll, and this actually works now as well. So you can do this today, And it's really designed for our tourists and our infrequent users. And this is, not a true depiction of how the signage is going to work, but we will do, if you end up getting on the toll road and you don't have a Fast Track account or an Express account, and there will be signage that tells you what to do. And if you go, after you drive on the road, you can go to our website or a mobile app, and you can pay after the fact within 48 hours to stopgap the violation process. So it's a way to still pay. So if you have people from South County coming to visit you here, and they got on the toll road, they can get on your computer and take care of it before they have dinner, or they can take care of it as long as you do it within 48 hours. So if you go to the next slide. So like I said, just our website, thetollroads.com, our mobile app, it's a free mobile app. You just have to search toll roads, and it will come up. And the mobile app allows you, if you have a Fast Track account or an Express account, to monitor your usage. And we're doing a lot of outreach with this new program, and we're finding that our youth who are living with their iPhone are really liking this idea of being able to pay after the fact on their mobile app. So we do have an incentive right now going on. So if you do pay, go to the Mista Toll, and you do that, we're also offering an opportunity to sign up for Fast Track with a special incentive in that area. So just want to make it very clear, while this is a change, it's really only a change for if you're paying cash. If you have a Fast Track transponder, it'll still be the lowest toll so there will be a higher toll if you're paying with an Express account, similar to the cash differential, which is about, in general, on average, about 20% higher if you pay with an Express account. Fast Track you'll need on all toll roads in California, including the 91 Express lanes. So the Express accounts only work on the 241, 261, 133, and the 73. And so if you have Fast Track, no changes. And just as a final slide, just to let you know that actually Fast Track, we just celebrated in October our 20th anniversary of opening the first toll road in Orange County and introducing Fast Track, which is now throughout the state. So that is my presentation. Questions? I'll be happy to. And
I have a question. Driving home this evening on the 261, we've got 3 toll gates, 2 of them with cars lined up, and 1 with a gate down. Okay, so we've got all these Fast Track people sitting here while somebody pays, and the other one that could be open Fast Track only so you could just go through is sitting there with a gate down empty.
so which ramp you got on at Portola or on Irvine?
Just below that, I got on
Irvine
Irvine Boulevard
Boulevard.
coming this way.
Yeah, that is the only toll plaza area where you have to, because of the geometrics of being able to merge traffic over and crossing traffic, you have to pass through the cash lane to get on the toll road. The good news is with Express accounts, all that's going to change because there'll be nobody stopping at a toll booth any longer. So by next summer, that will be all changed.
Why don't they just open that and put Fast Track only? I actually
It's
said
the
it to the
safety.
gate gal, and she says, I told them the same thing.
Yeah, it's a safety issue of people then transferring lanes. So as other cars are coming to pay, they're coming off the main plaza to pay cash, and and then the Fast Track people, you need to keep them separate. And it's
But you have it anyway.
Well, I'll bring it back up to the
Sometimes you
engineers.
have
So-
all 3 open, and Fast Track people are going through all 3 at the same time.
yeah, and Fast Track can go through any of the lanes.
Right, but I'm
yeah.
saying that issue doesn't work because when they're all Fast Track people, all 3 are going through at the same time. But now they've shut one down. Anyway, I won't take a lot of council time, but it was kind of strange.
I'll look into why that was shut down. That one, yeah, okay.
I have a question about the cashless. Is there a reason why that the cash is being removed? Because I mean, you should be able to pay for anything. It's legal tender for any bill in the United States. So how can you eliminate cash payment? Is that because you get around it because you can go back in later and pay with a credit card?
Well, you can still, there are ways you can still pay with cash in the sense of you can load your account with cash.
Okay.
And we actually have setting up cash payment networks, which are places where in facilities where people can go to kiosks and you can now like pay your electric bill or whatever, where you'll be able to load your Fast Track account and you can send with a check. So there's still ability to pay cash, but there won't be a stopping at the toll booth, but you can utilize cash to fill your accounts.
Thank you.
You said if you use the Express, the toll is higher.
Yes,
That's correct?
yes.
If you have an existing Fast Track account and you sign up for the Express, will they transfer the money from the transponder over there?
Yeah, if you have a balance in there, That will have to be done through a phone call. We don't have that ability to make that switch over through our website at this point. But you can call into our service center, and they can help you explain how they'll transfer that. You have to turn in your transponder.
But the most economical way is to keep your transponder because the tolls are.
The tolls are lower, and if you are concerned, some people are concerned about the monthly fee. They don't use the roads enough, and they're concerned about the fee. But actually, if you use the toll roads 3 trips a month, you'll be even on the $2 fee with the differential of the toll rate. And if you do ever use the 91 Express lanes, you still need the Fast Track account.
So the rate differential between the express and the fast track is only because of the minimum fee on the fast track. So as long as you use that, it's a wash.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. It's $2. It's if you use more than $25 a month, the fee is waived. But if you just use 3 trips, you've made up, because of the difference in the toll rate, the $2.
No, the toll is higher with the express.
Right.
When I'm not talking about the
Oh,
$2 service fee. The toll is actually higher, correct?
Right.
Yeah, the toll is higher. Rick.
Oh.
Yeah, it is high.
So
It's a
the
different
fast
rate.
track fee is still less.
Still less. Fast Track is
Yeah.
still less per transaction.
Okay, I want to talk about the transponder for a second because mine doesn't have all those little,
then-
you know, I guess I'm slow to have new technology. Well, I've got the old one, the old
Well, no,
transponder.
these are, if you saw the transponder maybe on the slide that has buttons. So we are issuing this type of transponder now because when the 10 and the 110 opened in Los Angeles, they have a system where you have a different toll rate if you're carpooling. So if you have one person in your car, it's a higher rate than if you have 2, or in the case of, I think, the 10, you have to have 3 people to get a discount. And so they introduced these switchable transponders. And what we found out is once those were offered, our customers were calling and saying, we want one, and it doesn't matter driving our toll roads. We don't have a differential if you pay, have carpooling, but they work the same. And we found out that there seems to be a lot of people that need to go up to the USC for some reason on Saturdays, and use the 110. So we now give everybody these so that they. But if you want one of these, all you need to do is call in or come to our office, which is in the Irvine Spectrum area, and you can walk in and we can switch them out for you right there.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
All right, well, I guess we have a presentation from the Serrano Water District, so Rich Freshy, if you want to come on up to the podium, we'll hear you out.
Thank you. Hi there, I'm Rich Fresky. I'm a member of the board of Serrano Water District, and it's a pleasure to be here. Especially when you realize that last Christmas I got a new heart valve, so it's really a pleasure to be here. As you know, on January 17th, the governor declared a state of emergency because of the water situation. This is the most severe drought in our history. Out of the last 10 years, 8 have been dry. As you know, in Central California, farms are being fallowed, farmers are tearing up trees, the unemployment rate is very high. But in Southern California, we do have a difference. We have taken steps to preserve the deliverability, if you will, of our water. We have made several acquisitions of storage facilities. We store water in several places. We built Diamond Valley Lake, and the water availability, is here. We've planned it well. We have 4 sources of water. We have the Delta, we have the Colorado River, we have the aquifer, and we have Irvine Lake. So the supply for us is not critical right now. We're short on water, there's no doubt about that, but there's no concern that there will be enough water for us. We have over a year's worth of storage, water in storage right now. We do ask, though, that you voluntarily cut your usage. And that's the whole message this evening, is we need to cut our usage, and we hope to cut it by at least 20%. And we ask that you check to see if you have broken sprinklers. You know, if you're going to use water, just turn it off if you're not using it. Don't waste it. We also suggest that maybe you might want to put in a smart controller. If you put a smart controller in for your water system, you will be eligible for a $380 rebate. You can get rotating sprinkler nozzles. You'll be eligible for $4 for each one. You can get a high efficiency clothes washer. You'll get $85 rebate on those. You can get a high efficiency toilet. You'll get $50 rebate on those. But the main thing is, for heaven's sakes, don't waste water, and let's be reasonable about it. We're lucky here now. We had hoped to be able to lower our rates this year because we thought we'd have water. We don't have it, so we're buying it. But Irvine Lake will supply us water because we're buying water, and there is no concern about your supply. Just please don't waste it. That's the message. Don't waste it. Other than that, no message. Any questions? I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Rich, if this goes on for another year or two, are we gonna be in dire need of some desalinization plants?
Oh, we are in dire need of desalinization plants right now. The problem with desalinization is that there are several different forces that are fighting one another, and we have a group of people that are very concerned about the environment, and they're very concerned about the fish, and the result is that we have these forces fighting one another. The procedure for a desalinization plant is indeed long. For the last 10 years, we've been fighting to have a desalinization plant in Huntington Beach. 2 years ago, when I was on the water board, we approved the desal plant at Huntington Beach. Last November, I was asked to again come forward and say why we need desal at Huntington Beach. They have not yet made a decision. They have the Coastal Commission has turned it down. So desal is just a very difficult political issue. Yet that's the way most of the Arabian area gets their water. A lot of places get their water that way.
How long does it take to put one of those plants up once they decide they need it badly and we're out of water?
I don't know the answer specifically, but I'm going to guess 2 or 3 years. But it does take a long time for the permitting process.
So
Anything else?
frustrating. That's just so frustrating.
Yes, Rich, can you, I just want to, if you want to tell the residents here that the lake's going to be filled with water in the next couple of months because Serrano is purchasing water?
Yes.
And they're going to see the levels go up. Can you talk a little bit about that so they know why it's rising?
Well, it's rising because we are buying water for it. We need to have water there. There's 2 ways we get water. We get water from the lake or we pump water. And the water from the lake, we hope, comes from the watershed. But sometimes we have to pay for it, as we did this year. So this year we bought water. But the water, there will be water in the lake for the picnic. Most of that water in the lake is now coming from the Colorado River. Colorado River water goes into Diamond Valley Lake. Although there has been a new pipeline built so that Diamond Valley Lake can get its water from the north. But right now it's all coming from the south, from Colorado River. So we will have water. We'll have water next year too. We have enough for a whole year. We can get no rain for a year and a half, and we're still okay because we've taken plans. We've made the plans and put the storage in. And they have not done that in Northern California. But please don't waste it. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Rich. All right, next we hear from the Community Services Foundation. Who's here tonight from the Community Services Foundation? Okay, no Jill? All right, I don't know if anybody here want to address that issue, or are we moving on?
I can just address an issue when it comes to the bricks that are laid outside. They are getting ready to, we're getting ready to lay about 40 more bricks that are in the back. We have the handyman here, and they're going to replace the bricks that had some names that were misspelled on them, and so they should be in the next 10 days. And that project will finally be put to an end.
Thank you, that was exciting.
Yes.
Okay, and the Orange County Fire Authority, we got the battalion chief here to brief us.
Good evening. Terry Stort, recently transferred from South County up Battalion 3. We have our board meeting pending tomorrow night, or Thursday night, yes. And at that point, I think the fire chief is going to unveil a standards of cover, which are recommendations to the board for alternative services and how we're going to increase our efficiency in our response patterns. We look forward to that and the unveiling of that.
Okay. I'm on that board, so if anybody is interested in that. The fire chief, was a study done, and the fire chief has decided that there is a more efficient way to allocate staffing so that we can have a heavier, 80+% of the calls are paramedic calls, not fire calls. So most of the calls occur during normal, daytime hours. So he's going to reallocate heavier staffing. He's proposing to reallocate heavier staffing to those times and less in the evenings. That's creating a stir with the union, so that will be interesting. Anything else, Chief? No, that's it. Okay. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Gunzel. Have you got a crime update for us?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Our January numbers are looking pretty good. We've got 2 Part 1 crimes to report for January. One of them was a theft from the back of a work truck while the victim was doing landscaping in the back of a yard. And the other one was a vehicle that was stolen, and the person left the keys on the floorboard and the car unlocked. So those are the only 2 crimes we had in January, Part 1 crimes. So look pretty optimistic. Another thing I wanted to bring to your attention, I sent one electronically to Jarrett, and we'll post it up. It's coming up. Depends on which one, but there's several classes in March. The Sheriff's Department is doing a class on electronic cigarettes called Electronic E-Addiction. Topics include various types of e-cigarettes and how they work, the prevalence of schools and the communities, health concerns, preservation tips, and what our approach is going to be on these things. There's 5 different locations that these classes are going on, starting on March 10th out in Dana Point, a week later in Laguna Hills, Lake Forest, Rossmore in North County, and Stanton in North County. Stanton is March 20th and Rossmore is March 27th. It's open to the public at no cost. And the text says Orange County Sheriff's Department is hosting multiple public presentations throughout the county on the latest information reference electronic cigarettes and vapor pens. Presentations open to the public will be given by drug liaison deputies, professional staff from the Orange County Health Care Agency, community outreach groups, and the Orange County Department of Education. So I will leave this up here if any of you are interested in going. I think it's pretty interesting. It is a new thing, so I don't know much about it, but I'll get the information from the presentation and try and learn up on it. But if you're curious about it, especially if you have kids in school, it's a big deal. So that's all I have tonight. Things are pretty good. Citations are up and calls are down. So
Unless you do first.
No, go ahead.
I would like to talk about what's happened with the sheriff easing permit rules for CCWs. That was reported in the Thursday Orange County Register, which was very timely. I mean, it was almost as instantaneous to the appellate court's ruling down in San Diego. And residents here and other constituents in the area immediately started calling about how they could, resubmit their application because it's gone from the more restrictive good cause, proving good cause, to more of a shall issue kind of a stance. And I am understanding that because of so many calls or so many people trying to apply, that they are backed up tremendously. Within a matter of days, they went from saying we'll be able to take care of you in May or June to now saying, just today I got a call from somebody saying they said they can't take me till November. And so I'm wondering what's happening there and what the Sheriff's Department is planning to do to accommodate all these additional applications.
I know about as much as you do at this point. I know they're overwhelmed. In fact, I talked to the sheriff's aide yesterday, and she said all she's doing is CCWs right now. So I think it's a matter of staffing. I don't want to speak on behalf of the sheriff, but I'll find out exactly what's going on with it, and I'll report to you. I'll send an email to report it at next council. I'll let Jared know, because I don't know specifics on what the plan is, because, you know, we read about it in the paper and we know it's impacting our department, but I don't know we have a staff meeting tomorrow. So
Okay.
maybe she'll share more of that.
I hope-
Because this
well,
just came out.
Since you have a staff meeting, I would hope that you would carry the message forward that the law-abiding taxpayer out here would like to see the staffing increased, at least temporarily, to get through this. We're actually very pleased about the policy change and her being so quick to, respond to recent court rulings. We're very pleased about that. But even May or June is not good. November is completely
Right.
not acceptable. But obviously we can't wait until next month to get a report back. So I'm hoping that we can have a report sometime after that, or that the sheriff herself is going to put some kind of press release out, an additional information to what was reported on, I guess it was February 20th. I clipped this because I started getting calls right away.
Oh, and I didn't mean to wait that I'm going to wait until next council meeting. I'll address it by tomorrow, and I'll send information to Jared. I mean, I'll get it addressed. So, because I don't have the answer, so I don't want to speak out of turn. So,
Thank you.
For the benefit of those who don't
Know what a concealed carry,
well,
what a concealed carry weapons permit is?
yeah, well, we didn't say the words out loud, so I just
Okay.
want to make sure that meant concealed carried weapons, so some people may not know
None of
what
the
those
requirements
are.
for background checks or training, none of that has changed. Or even having to provide, proof of good character or honorable discharge paperwork, none of that has changed. It's just the standard. Instead of having to prove, good cause. That's what I understand has been really the only change.
they changed the wording. It shall, like you said.
It's more of a shall issue.
It's not, there's less discretion at the sheriff now. It's, so.
More in a abidance of the Second Amendment, I would think.
Surprised ruling from the Ninth Circuit. So,
Yes, everybody was almost passing out.
okay, I'll have that for you by this week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Gunzel. All right, now for the matters not otherwise on calendar. So this is the time for you to come forward if you want to discuss an item that's not otherwise on the calendar. We'll give you a few minutes up there. So whoever would like to be heard on in some matter, go ahead and approach the podium, give us your name and address, and bring us up to speed. Pat?
One comes in late, one sits in the wrong
Either-
spot.
You either have to sit closer or get longer legs.
I really have prayed a lot for the longer legs, but it's just never happened.
That's just me.
My son's been
No,
praying
it's
for
true.
some.
Pat Buttress, Southern California Edison, Mayor, council members. I'm just going to take a few seconds to just remind everybody, with the heavy rains coming, there could be extended outages, there could be wires down. We're just asking everyone to be very much aware of that. Do not go near any wires, whether you think they're cable TV or AT&T or Edison wires. Call 911. That's what you need to do. That's what we have to do. They will dispatch to the Edison company to get a crew out there as quickly as possible, or one of our troublemen. If you do have an outage, or if you want to report one, you can go, there is an 800 number. I'll say it, but I know that's nobody's going to remember that. But it's an 800-611-1911. You can go online if all of your iPhones and iPads are working and don't need electricity. You can also go to SCE Outages app if you have it on your phone. So we're just asking if you need to know about outages, it's on the website. We're just kind of like giving you, we haven't had a heavy rainstorm. They are predicting a heavy rainstorm. So it was an opportunity tonight to give you a heads up. And please, if you're using anything, do not use candles. I know the fire department would much appreciate that. I have found online some great little lanterns. They really look like the old-fashioned Coleman lanterns, but they're LED. They have very bright lights, and what's very nice is that you can adjust it. You can have it kind of dull, but if you want to read, it's more than enough light to read. And I have one on each floor of my home, since it's a tri-level. And I would recommend people looking at that. They're about $12, $13. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pat, and I hope we have lots of those problems and the water just gushes in for a week.
I know the water department wishes that.
How you doing, Eric and Michelle Gleason?
We're 19012 Ridgeview Road. First of all, thank you for allowing us to speak today and giving us this opportunity in advance. We're here to discuss our neighbor, the neighboring property 19026 Ridgeview. And the owner is the Curry family. So what we really have an issue with is several years back there was a bathroom that was being built. And it's a bathroom change room. It's a larger structure. And at that time our concern is that it was touching our fence. And so we had concerns. We're like, that's kind of strange, but it's a neighbor. We didn't want to create and make waves. So in around 2012 in the summer, we came back from being on vacation. We go to Maine for about 2 weeks. We come back and there was rails and there were stairs going up. And we're like, okay, so imagine this is a ladder, you're looking down, okay, on our property. So at that time we contacted the city. We put it in the city's hands. So then this winter we went on a ski trip. We come back and there's now tables and chairs and an umbrella. So this is now being used as a viewing deck. And we feel it has further devalued our property, and also that really our privacy has been taken away, and they're pushing the envelope. So we have gone to the city recently, and Tyler was so kind to come on out, and so he came out, and I know they're handling everything. Our biggest concern is that in the letter that was, we asked them for a copy, we have that copy, that there were options for variances. And so we're here today to make sure that we have a chance to be heard, our property to be seen, and that a variance can't just be given because it's in the letter. So we just want to bring our concerns forward and ask about that variance. Also during that time, there is another structure that's farther up. It's up on a hill. We brought that up. I don't want to mingle it to this right now, but it's the exact same issue. It's was touching our wall. They recently built on it, and there's lights. We have pictures of both of these today, and so I know the council meetings are every month, and so during this next month, we just want to make sure we have a chance to be seen and heard our property.
And I've got a couple questions. This letter here dated January 18, 2012 to your predecessor, Tyler. His name is Ryan Smoot. It's addressed to Pete or John Curry, his son. Is there a reason, because the owner is Pete Curry, is there a reason that you address both he and his son? And is there a statute of limitations on them in performance? I mean, to prepare or comply to your letters from the city, as your predecessor. I'm just saying that nothing was done, and this guy's basically thumbing his nose at the city, and it's like, now we're back to round two, and it's like, okay, now we're here.
So
Okay,
that's
what
just,
needs
yeah.
to be done?
So that's why we're here. We just want to make sure it's handled properly, and again, that we have a right.
And we have ample pictures, whatever you need, or pictures that tells 1,000 words, and these pictures will verify. And as you know, the setbacks to any property line, and I just had our property all surveyed, topos, geos, boundary lines. They're supposed to be 10 feet from the property line, as you know, and 12 foot high. And if you look at these structures, it's like, whoa, it's like egregious. It's like,
They touch.
and enough is enough. It's like, where we want to be good neighbors, and I think we're pretty well regarded around the city, but this is just too much.
And we didn't really know the setback limits until when we had the city out, because we're thinking of doing things to our property as well.
Mr. Sarah, Mrs. Gleason, your comments are appreciated. Under the Brown Act, the council can't take any action on what you're bringing up tonight. So you can set a meeting with the city, and staff has heard what you've had to say, and they can address your questions, but it's actually not something that anyone can do anything about at the meeting tonight.
Okay.
So feel free to email Jared.
And so can I ask that, so really we're here more for the process and the procedure to understand. So will we have a chance, because we see that there's options for our neighbor. And I don't know if that's a standard letter or if there's, I just want to make sure some variance can't be given without our side being taken. into
Absolutely
account.
not. Variance would be held at a public hearing, such as, you know, the one on the agenda tonight. Properties under 300 foot would be noticed of that meeting if they choose to file, but no, you'll absolutely have your opportunity to be heard. Head in tomorrow, give us a call tomorrow, and we'll walk you through that process. We'll sit down with you for 45 minutes or however long you want and go over everything.
Okay, so, okay, and that's what we just want to.
So again, like, for this prior letter, there's like a statute of limitations, that some, you know, you can answer some of these questions tomorrow off the record or something, so
It's-
I
yeah.
don't know
Absolutely.
what-
We'll
It's
address
something
it all
that-
tomorrow.
Okay.
City can
And
certainly
then,
handle.
we have a bunch of pictures, do we deliver them to the clerk or something, or,
Sure, yeah.
or should we bring them tomorrow, or who?
You can take them with you tomorrow. That's no problem at all.
Okay, all right,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much, thanks.
Thank you.
They won't be in here before the council unless you get notice, and you'll have an opportunity to respond. That seemed to be your primary concern.
That is my primary
As our council's told us, we don't have authority to act on that because it has to be properly noticed. Accordingly, they can't go get a variance or a conditional use permit without notice either. So I wouldn't worry too much about that, and Jennifer's right there as kind of the expert on the issue. And if you get together with the city staff, they can fill you in if it's a problem or something has to come back to council, that's something else again. Okay?
Hi, here, I don't see any of my other neighbors here right now, but I'm Stacy Curtis. I live, sorry, on Beckley Circle, here off of Fitchin Ranch.
That's the item is later
Is
on.
this in regard to the
The
fencing
closures?
issue?
Yeah.
We actually have that agendized
Oh,
a
okay.
little
I didn't
later.
get one, sorry, I came in.
So probably you'll have some more people up there with you when we
Okay.
get to that agenda item.
then
This
I'll
is
wait.
just for the stuff that isn't
Okay.
agendized. That'll get some more time.
Well, after this, it's,
next item, so it's a couple minutes.
Oh, it is?
I thought there was a CUP first.
Yeah, I see.
We were talking about CUP variance,
Yeah.
Okay, so the first item to consider is a conditional use permit for the construction of a new detached RV parking garage at 18282 Fernando Circle. Jennifer, have you got a report on that?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, actually Tyler will be presenting the report this evening.
Okay.
All right, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight's first agenda item is conditional use permit number 0752, 0753, and 0754. The applicant, Mr. Bob Thornton, on behalf of the Lester family, is proposing to construct a detached garage at 18252 Fernando Circle, located in the E4 Small Estate Zone. Sorry, we're waiting for the PowerPoint to come up. Well, anyways, as you will see in the slide, the home is located on the south side of Fernando Circle, located at the end of the cul-de-sac. The property includes a single-story home with an attached 3-car garage and a detached 2-car garage. The 1,610 square foot detached garage is proposed to be located in the southeast corner of the property. The purpose of the garage is to provide 2 additional parking spaces for RVs, totaling 7 spaces on the property. The proposed height of the structure is 22 feet with 2 garage doors measuring 14 feet in height. The applicant is requesting 3 conditional use permits. One is to exceed the 4-car limitation, one for the detached structure's size of 22 feet, which exceeds the 15-foot limitation, and one for the garage doors that measure 14 feet, which exceeds the 8-foot limitation. Other than these requests, the applicant is in compliance with all other requirements for development, including setbacks, lot coverage, and floor area ratio. Before we move forward, I would like to add that in 2004, the City Council did consider a similar request to exceed the garage space limitations, to exceed the detached structure height limitation, and for the to exceed the garage door height limitation. This information is in your packet under the background section. Although council did approve this request, no construction plans were ever submitted, nor was a building permit issued. Additionally, the city never received any applications or requests to extend the CUP, so therefore it expired due to lack of action. As you can see in this slide, this is just kind of a section looking at the western facing portion of the home. The lot is kind of unique in that the proposed location of the garage sits approximately 7 feet below the street grade. So although it's a 22-foot high structure, From street level, you would only be looking at about approximately like a 15-foot structure. So it does reduce the impact of the surrounding neighborhood from the front and the side. This is an image of the home from the front. The structure is proposed to be behind the home, which is 7 feet below. So from this view, you wouldn't even see the structure at all. Additional pictures you can kind of see from what it looks like at the actual location of the proposed garage. And to the rear, which there's no homes to the rear, there's the Santiago Creek Basin. And yeah, at this moment we haven't received any response from any of the residents. Received public notices. CDC met. They recommend approval, as well as staff recommends approval of CUP 0752, 0753, and 0754. Thank you. Any questions? We'll be happy to answer.
Council have any questions of staff?
The only one I have is, as of the writing of the staff report, there were no complaints or concerns by the residents. Have there been any since the writing of the staff report?
No, nothing.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience who would like to address it? And if so, you should probably step to the podium. Okay, there being none, is there any council discussion on the issue? Well, Jared, why don't we take a vote?
Well, you gotta have a motion.
I make it.
That's
I'll
a good
second,
point.
I'll second it.
That's a good point.
Everybody's seconding it, so that's a very good, this is an extremely good sign.
Motion is to, motion is to adopt resolution 2014-3269, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Villa Park approving conditional use permit number 0752, 0753, and 0754. Councilman Mills.
Yes.
Councilman Pauly.
Yes.
Councilman Reese.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fasenelli.
Yes.
Mayor Reese. Or
Barnett.
Mayor Barnett.
Yes.
2 years of habit.
It's okay.
I promise I'll get it right.
I forgot the motion, and you lost the mayor, so it works. Thanks, Deborah, for putting that
Not a
motion on.
problem. Glad to help you along.
Okay. Well, now we're back to the gate closure on Fitch and Ranch Road. So this will bring this back to as a council issue. So anyone would like to address this issue, go ahead and approach the podium, give us your name and address, and we'll give you a few minutes to fill us in. I would like to make one comment. We've addressed this a few times. It's actually had a lot of attention. We've looked at some circulated petitions. I've seen a lot of letters, and so we do have a pretty good idea what's going on. So I would ask that if you've already been up here and stated your case, you probably don't really need to do it again. I can assure you I remember, and I suspect most of council remembers the arguments that have already been made. But if there's something new to add, I would certainly invite it. And with that, be my guest, and whoever would like to.
Mr. Mayor, if we could have staff report first to kind of lay the, groundwork for what we're discussing here before we open it up for public comment, I think that would be helpful.
I certainly don't have any objection to that. Jared,
Thank
if you
you.
want to fill them in on the background, it's fine.
No,
with me.
absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The background on this report is that it was considered by the City Council in September and October of last year. At that time, we received a complaint to close 3 openings that are along Fitch and Ranch Road. At the September meeting, City Council directed staff to canvass the neighborhood, survey, and get their thoughts and opinion. We returned at the October meeting with the survey based on 94 homes, and I believe it was 2-1, 3-1 in favor of the closures. And at that time, council directed closures of such openings. The closures were installed, wrought iron fences, on 3 of the openings in mid-December, and then after the closures were installed is when we received the first complaint regarding the openings. That is what Mayor Barnett was referring to at the City Council meetings. And then at the fast forwarded to January 28th, City Council once again heard from some complaints during oral communications and directed staff to reconsider the matter. What I've done since then is canvass the neighborhood again, and a lot of the emails that I received are included in your staff report, and then the weekend, the emails that I received over the weekend are included as an attachment behind that. It's pretty cut and dry, and City Council at this time is to consider whether or not you want to remove the openings, leave the openings up, change the openings, open one, open all, open a couple.
I think, just if I could just add, I think part of what's driving this is that a couple of the gates have been damaged by hooligans who wanted to get through them. And before we make the point or make the effort or the expenditure to repair them and strengthen them, that's what's driving this before we make any additional expenditure.
I've held off on the expenditure to get them repaired, knowing that we were coming to the city council meeting tonight. If you instructed me to remove them tonight, then I wasted, $100 or $1,000 repairing them yesterday. So.
Okay.
So yeah, that's driving it. The fear of being trapped in the neighborhood is driving it. Sheriff 911 response times is driving it, and both the sheriff and the fire department have gone out there and let us know it does not affect their response time. In the event of an evacuation, we do not have evacuation plan for the city. It's on a case-by-case basis depending on the nature of the hazard. If the hazard's to our east, we're evacuating to the west. If the hazard's to our west, we're evacuating to the east using our major roads, and in this case, it's Catella Avenue, Ville Park Road, or Collins to the south.
Well, with that, I would invite anyone to go ahead and approach the podium, give us your name and address, and tell us what you think.
My name is Donald Moser. I live at 17845 Helena Circle, Villa Park. I was here in October. I was one of the people that was petitioning to have the accesses closed off. We saw numerous times when we had garbage, we had people that were undesirable. One of the reasons I moved to Villa Park 17 years ago, and we had a chance to buy elsewhere, and my wife said because Villa Park the standards of Villa Park was set this high, we moved to Villa Park. So we moved to Villa Park, and as times went on, things were happening here that we felt that we did not have control over. The police tried, because I love the idea that we're our own separate city, that we're our own police force will enforce the idea of the Villa Park as a sole entity. Now, we come here in October, we put fences up, as we all agreed on here. We all made a motion to agree, and now someone has gone in and destroyed public city property. Went out there and cut the bars off there, pulled them apart deliberately, and we should be more concerned about who did this than worrying about whether or not the areas are closed off. Now, I know it's an inconvenience. I have seen people jogging down Fitchin Ranch that were probably should have gone maybe to the other side. There's a sidewalk they can jog down, but they jog down Fitchin Ranch instead of being on Wanda's side. Now, how those joggers, when they got down to the end of Fitchin Ranch on Collins, how they got to the other side, I do not know. But I said, okay. But again, during this time that they were closed off, we didn't see trash left overnight. People have a tendency to come in on Fitchin Ranch and park at nighttime and drop their beer cans, their McDonald's wrappers, and making a mess out of the city. So I think it comes down to the fact that somebody has come into our city and they have damaged our property. And the problem I have here overall is that we're worried about a situation that if it's cost, we have people to this day I've talked to. I'm a contractor. I will get enough money. I will close them off myself with brick as the same color and the same design you have right now to the city and the state standards. That's how passionate we are to have that closed off. For somebody to come back and tear up our property that we sat down as a city and said, we want these bars in here enough to put them in, spend the money and the time to do it. We have the passion to say we want that back up. We have small children. Now, I know it's an inconvenience for people to have to walk down the end of Fitchin Ranch and turn the corner maybe to catch a bus, but I think that's an inconvenience that should be well thought about for the safety and the well-being of the Villa Park citizens. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name's Leroy Johnson, and I live at 17821 Helena Circle. which is right on the corner of the Fitchon Road and Helena Circle. I moved here less than a year ago, and actually I lived in Villa Park from 1980 to 1995. I moved and I came back because I lived on a dead-end street. So when I came back, I knew what Villa Park was like. So I moved. We bought a house here and dead-end street, and it was fine. And after I moved in, I was totally shocked to the amount of foot traffic, because I'm at the one street before the dead end starts. So there's only 6 houses down there. So the tremendous amount of traffic was on there when I came through. Foot traffic. People would walk three wide down the street, not on the sidewalks, but on the streets, going back and forth. There's cars parked along the road, and people walking down it. It was actually a hazard. I'd have to stop and wait for people to get through the car so I can meander around. I was just blown away by the fact that it really wasn't really a private street. Once you blocked off the fencing there, then it was beautiful. It was exactly what I thought it was going to be. I mean, just the amount of traffic that was you would expect. Foot traffic for the people that live there and walk back and forth, not 20, 30 people and going and walking down our pathway. If you look at the sidewalk on the Wanda side, it's a huge sidewalk. You can have a lot of people jog and a lot of room there. There's not, our sidewalks on Fitchon Road is small. It's for one person walking their dog, not 3 or 4 people walking down there and doing that. The other thing was traffic is, the cars parked there, and these fences are down. I don't know the thing about not parking on Fitchon Road. I don't mind people that live there parking on there, but I don't know if you've noticed on Wanda, on the street with Collins and Wanda, there's houses there that have 6, 7 cars per house parked there. So when they run out of room, and I'm not so sure that because the fences got cut out, how people to park the car there so they can go back across the pathway. There's 3 houses at the corner of Collins and Wanda. Each one has 6 to 7 cars, and as you go down there, not quite as dense as coming down further close, but that's not very far from my house. So I can't imagine why this fencing shouldn't be solid, so the people, so Villa Park can be Villa Park and the other streets. When I moved in there, I knew Wanda was a busy street, but we had this big fence there. I didn't worry about it, but it's been contrary to what I thought. There was an internet posting regarding Fitchon Road that for bike people, I got a copy of it. I can hand it out. Talking about that you can have free parking access to that trail. So you can have 3 accesses off of Fitchon Road onto this trail. It's actually on the internet where you can do that. And that's why when those fences were all open, they said it had 3 accesses, the one down at the end and the 2 other ones. So it's on the internet, boy, it's there. So that just means there's going to be more traffic people can do there. I think I noticed there's supposed to be no parking there, but I don't know what the status of that is. It still seems to be quite a few people parking. Last week, there was somebody had parked next to my house for the car had sat there for a week. Nobody had never moved and did anything. So I'm not sure what that is. And as far as the evacuation concern, I'm an engineer by trade, and I looked at there's an evacuation on the where there's 38 homes in Fitchon Road, and there's 41 homes at the Lincoln Homes in Villa Park area where it has the same type of situation where you have the one access out, and it's obviously it's in the you had mentioned it's kind of in the realms of the safety concerns. There's not an issue with that, so I made a copy. I'd like to give this to regarding the safety issue and the about the internet concern about that Wander Road is a free access for everybody can use it. And I just think that I agree with the other gentleman that actually should be block wall just like the rest of it, not any access. And if you're going out for a walk, and if you're out for a walk anyhow, walking down to the end is instead of walking through there, and it's from a safety standpoint. And the people on Fitchin Road, on each one of these streets, we're the ones that I'm one concerned because we're the first line of defense. People would come to our house first. I understand there's been other people on that same street on the corner houses that are in line of fire there and have been broken into and whatever. So I think it is something that we should consider completely blocking off all three exits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anyone else?
Good evening. Thanks for hearing this tonight. My name's Ephraim Jolson. I live at 10661 Providence Drive. I too have lived in Villa Park for about 1.5 years now. I'm going to speak in favor of removing the fences, or at least the fence that's facing, or the gate that's facing Collins. I want to read a little excerpt out of the circulation element of the general plan. Bicycling and walking are key elements of the Villa Park's planned circulation system. Maintaining a system of bicycle facilities is important for both recreation and transportation purposes. Bikeways provide links to schools, civic, and neighborhood shopping centers within the region. So from that standpoint alone, these fences kind of fly in the face of the city's general plan. I don't know if we have pictures of the actual fences at this point, but you still have bike lane signs right in front of the fence, but you can't get through to the bike lane because of the fences there. The circulation goal number 2, encourage the use of alternate means of transportation. And here's circulation policy number 6. Support bicycle routes that minimize cyclist and motorist conflicts. By closing these off, we're creating more conflicts between bicyclists and motorists by having to force them go down Fitchin Ranch Road around the corner where it's kind of a weird intersection where Wanda and Lincoln meets, and then you got Fitchin Ranch Road right there as well. There's a lot of quick turns going on, and it's kind of, for a bicyclist, and even walkers and joggers, it's kind of interesting to maneuver. A couple of the previous speakers spoke about cars parking down there. I don't know how these gates stop cars from parking on Fitchin Ranch Road. Lincoln is not gated. We don't live in a gated community. They're public streets. If there's parking allowed on public streets, people are going to park there. We don't live in an HOA. So I'm in favor of, at the very least, opening the gate along Collins. I don't see any reason why, if it was put up for security reasons, obviously people are doing what they need to get through the fence, and I don't think people that vandalize the fence are people that are there to cause harm. I think it's people that want to use the trail or that access as recreation. So I don't think it's a deterrent for crime. The fence doesn't guarantee security. There's no security guard or anything like that. So people are going to do what they need to if they really want to get in. They can walk all the way around through Lincoln and access the neighborhood that way. They're going to get in. They can hop the fence. They can vandalize the fence. I don't see the purpose of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jolson. Anyone else like to be heard?
Hi, again, I'm Stacy Curtis, and I live at 17822 Beckley Circle. And just to go off of what Don was saying, I am in favor of it. 2 months after I moved in, or our family moved in, I caught somebody trying to break in to our house, and it turned out to be a kid who didn't live in the area. He said he was looking for bicycles, which was obviously very scary. And as recently as in December, before the gates went up, our neighbor's surveillance caught somebody trying to break into our car. So I do believe that access right there, I mean, all of them, I think the foot traffic that goes through there daily and at night, I mean, I know that, I don't know when your surveillance or scanning the area, I don't know if that's just in the daytime, but it has been a lot better since these gates have been up. There isn't trash. People throw trash on our yard. People throw it in the gutters. I'm not as concerned with the parking, but it has been less since the gates have been up. And now it's, you know, just a matter of watching people climb in and out of those gates, which is a little odd. So for myself and my family, I feel much better with the gates up. I don't agree that we need to live in a cage, and I don't feel that that's the situation here. And I know some people are inconvenienced with the bus stop, but again, it's not. I don't think it's a horrible walk to get to the bus stop if that's the case. So that's where I stand on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm LaShawn King. I live at 17822 Portsmouth Circle, so I'm right on the corner of Portsmouth and Fitch and Ranch Road, like the right near the little greenbelt walking area. And our house has actually been broken into as well, but I'm not in favor of having the gate or having the fences closed off there. I'm not sure if this was discussed before, but I like that that there's a gate at the area, but there's a lock that not all of us can get through. So if there was actually a way to have a gate that some of us could actually go through, like walking our dog, or people who live in the area that actually want to ride their bikes down the little path there, like I'd prefer to have an access point. I just wish that it was access only for Villa Park people. So if we could possibly fix the ones that are broken, or maybe put a gate there that has a combination that Villa Park people could access, like that would be preferred. And I know that there's other residents that feel the same way. Like, there's a woman behind us that she lives on, I forget what's the street that's right there. Yeah, on Collins and Wanda, I guess. And she's 90 years old, and she likes to walk and visit the person that lives in front of me, but she cannot walk all the way down to Lincoln and all the way back. It's not physically possible for her. So there are some people that are Villa Park residents that are also getting cut off from the rest of Villa Park because of this. So it's kind of frustrating. So I'm not sure if there's anything that we can do to make it, to have the best of both worlds, like having a gate up that we can access from the Villa Park side too. I don't know, but that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Ms. King. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Juan Monzo. I live on 17861 Collins Avenue, Villa Park. I'm actually one of the properties that's on Collins. Also, I'm here for another agenda later on for parking. Now, I like having the access to be able to go over there. I mean, I have at my house. There's my little nephew. He's like 3 years old, almost 2 years old, and it was great to be able to take him to the little grass area and have him hang out there and have him have fun. Be a kid. And now, with no access there, I mean, there's nowhere to really take him. And I mean, I live in Villa Park. I want to be able to walk through my city without having to go all the way down and go all the way down back around through the neighborhood and come out down Roberto and come back all the way to go to my house. I mean, there's nowhere to, I mean, before I would just go down Fitch and Ranch, the end of the street, and then come back and, or spend time with my nephew right there in the grass area, and it was really fun. I mean, but now there's no access or not. I came and talked to the city council, saying, is there a key or something we could have, or is there some way that means the gate could be open? I mean, I'm not saying we should take off the gates. I'm saying maybe there should be some access so the people that live in the city could enjoy walking through their city instead of having to go down, another, through the traffic, whatever, or something, where it's not too safe, So that's kind of the issue that I'm having. Also, later on for the parking, I mean, before that's coming up for Collins, I mean, I live on Collins, and, same with my neighbor, we're having an issue with our parking. And when I work late at night, like after this, I'm going to work. I get home at 4 in the morning, and there's no parking, so I used to park on Fitch and Ranch. And I would just walk, right down, where the grass area, through the gate, walk before the gate, and walk home. 5-minute drive, walk. Now I have to park five blocks away in the adjacent neighborhood in Orange, or across the street where the apartments are, or down Wanda, on the opposite, west side of Wanda, in some neighborhood that I don't even live in. Walking home, I've been stopped with the city of Orange police saying why am I out so late, or why, or by the sheriff, not you but other deputies saying why are you walking through here so late? I'm walking home from work, and you know I have to cut through here. I mean I'm parking over here because there's no parking in front of my house. So I mean if there's a way that at least the gate could be open, would really help out. I mean I'm not saying I'm gonna be parking there every day. You know, for the people that live on that area, but I mean there's times where I get home living on Collins. There's no parking because the people across the street in the apartments are parking in front of my house, and so I have to park either 5 blocks away, or I would park there and just walk home. It was a quick 5-minute walk. So now it's I'm walking 30 minutes away from where I'm living. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more speakers?
My name's Bill Campbell. I live at 17821 Portsmouth Circle. And I was instrumental, before probably any of this city council was here, in getting that street closed off down at the end where we had that small park now. And I look at what we're doing now and I see us turning isolationist. And why in the world would we close those openings off? For the life of me, cannot understand why those were closed off. I happen to have a key to that gate out through there. And you know what? I don't lock it when I walk out with my dog. And I do that 2 times a day. We go out through that gate. And I put the lock in my pocket, and I walk my dog. When I come back, I come through the same gate, and I lock it up. Numerous times, I have opened it for people who had walked all the way from the other end who didn't realize it was closed. And I've unlocked that gate for them. Here's a key right here, pocket. The very least that we ought to do, in my opinion, is open the gates up, let the traffic cross. That's the very least I think we should do. And I don't think that'll be very well accepted by very many people, but that's my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Anyone else like to be heard?
If I may jump in here and speak to the reason he has a key is our maintenance supervisor gave him one because, as I understand it, he helps to take care of the 90-year-old lady who lives right behind him.
So a key has been issued to that. Okay.
Anyone else like to address that issue? Okay. Council have any comments or discussion on it?
I do. Got somebody.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there someone else there? Sure, come on up. Sorry. Getting old, the eyes aren't working.
Nah.
I didn't put eye drops in before I came.
My name is Sharif. I live in 17831 Helena Circle. I also own 2 more properties on Aberdeen and Laconia. And most of the things have already been said by the earlier speakers. In the short-term closures that has been in effect, we have seen less of loitering, littering, foot traffic, car parking, jogging, walking of the dogs, and the dogs pooping on the lawn, and they don't pick it up. And these are people coming from the other side of the city. So we are in favor of this closure, and it makes a lot of a difference for our children and grandchildren. So, as one of the speakers has already said, that, if it's a cost burden on the city, we will join together and we will put up a block wall. If you give us the permission, and that will be a permanent solution, rather than going and breaking open those fences, which is a crime. That's not the way you make your voice heard. I don't know who has done it, but that is illegal and it's not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Shereen, if I got that right.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Criddle. I live on 17846 Helena Circle. I understand the concerns of a lot of the residents talking about the foot traffic. I went to middle school here and high school here, and I was on the track team. And also, that street on Fitch and Ranch is the track route to go through there. And a lot of the foot traffic, because I was forced to walk to school.
You poor child.
But that's why I'm slim, so thanks to Mom. A lot of that foot traffic is school students, and it is a lot of Villa Park residents. The reason why people aren't seeing a lot of the foot traffic is because they're walking on the opposite side of the street. And I know that because I walk numerous times and I've run track numerous times. So that's the routes of Sierra Villa and Villa Park High School. And also, Mr. Hildenbrand said, I'm not sure if he said we didn't have an evacuation plan for Villa Park or a disaster plan for Villa Park, but on ready.gov, which is a government website, it says that our city is supposed to have that. And you said depending on what the disaster was, you should have a plan. That's the law. That's what it said online when we did research about that. And also, I don't feel like it's fair for the people. We're talking about people walking all the way to Wanda. There are a lot of elder people in Villa Park. That's not benefiting them. That's cutting them off. They can't walk that way. And I see a lot of people, and I help people that walk, like I talk to them all the time, and they're unhappy about that. That's not accommodating the elder people, which is a large population of Villa Park. Like I stated last council meeting, there are newer, younger families moving in, but the majority is elderly people. And also, it's not accommodating the people that wants to use the bike, the people that use the bus. That's not fair. Just because people are getting broken into their house, when I went to knocked on doors doing the petition, which one of the residents said the people directly affected are 38 homes. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but we have 23 signatures out of that off of Fitch and Ranch. We went down there through every house, knocking on doors, getting petitions that are against the closures. So I don't know how council is going to handle that, but that is a big majority that is directly affected by that. And it's just an inconvenience. Why should people that live off of, especially our street and the street behind it, maybe in front, like midway off of the Fitch and Ranch, why should we have to walk all the way down there? And the people that do get on the bus, why should we have to walk all the way down there when there's bus stops and entrances right there? If not, if you guys decide to at least open the one off of Collins, that would be a compromise. I understand people are concerned about the foot traffic, but a lot of the foot traffic is Villa Park, and they are walking on the opposite side of the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riddle. Anyone else? Go ahead, sir. Podium's all yours.
My name is Hani Georgi. I live in 17871 Collins Avenue. And of course, I'm here for the issue of parking in front of my home, but also I feel it is linked to my issue. We have like 2 or 3 homes on Collins Avenue. They have a unique situation that they are facing Orange, and they are not inside Villa Park. So I'm not sure what will be the decision for parking in front of my home, but in case if the front of my home is not allowed to be a parking area anymore, I will not have any parking area, because the street beside me, I believe his name is like,
Excuse me, Mr. Josie, I think you may be on the wrong item. Don't we have another item?
He said they're linked, and they kind of are.
yeah, because
They are linked.
let me explain to you.
Oh, so you want to address this issue in relation to that? Okay, fine.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
want to make sure you're on the right issue.
No, yeah, I understand. So in case if they prevent parking in my home, which I'll discuss it later, I will not have any parking other than going inside the gate as my neighbor. He's my next door neighbor, to park inside Villa Park, because the street next to me, there is no the parking is by permit. So I'm in favor to have, if they want to have a gate, but at least we have access with a key or a password or something.
What's your first name again? I'm sorry.
H-A-N-Y, Hani.
H-A-N-Y. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dozy. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Eric Reynolds. I live on Helena also. I know that you don't want people to talk twice, but I feel others have, so I'm going to give my 2 cents again. The gate closures went up. I think they did exactly what they were intended to do at the first city council meeting that we voted on. I would ask the council or the city manager to, I think that your job is difficult. There's always going to be someone there that's not going to like a decision and someone who is. I think that if you guys looked at the polls, the letters you guys sent out, obviously 2 different petitions that went out, and then once again you asked for emails again. I think if you looked at all those and you know, just by the amount, obviously one of you guys said, hey, you're going to be the face of these gates because you're making such a fuss about it. That is true. Multiple people have talked to me about it. I believe that the majority does outweigh it. I also believe there's a lot of personal, I don't know the word, personal issues with those gates and certain houses within those 4 streets. Some of those issues, parking, I wish that everyone had enough parking everywhere that they could have, but allowing people to park from one street over to another street and to give up the security that the most of the residents feel is kind of a ridiculous, I'm losing my words here, but it's kind of ridiculous I understand some people want to park and walk through a gate, and I understand that people say, hey, you know, a good solution would be just allow the gate to open and close, but we've already heard from one gentleman who said, I open the gate and I just let it open. I take the lock with me. So a gate at that specific intersection of Wanda and Collins is not going to work. I understand that there might be a possibility of a gate in the middle to go to a bus stop. I don't know, you know, where you guys are on allowing people a code, a key, something, maybe an exit only, whatever, in the middle there. But if we're going to go ahead and we're going to talk about opening some gates, all the gates, none of the gates, or closures, I mean, Collins and Wanda is where the traffic is coming through. The traffic's not runners from the school. The traffic, what was that?
Yes, it is. I've run on the team and I know
Nope, none of this. Sorry, let the gentleman at the podium speak.
The traffic, there are runners and they do use the sidewalks on Fetch and Ranch. There's also a sidewalk on Wanda. It's bigger. It's the exact same thing. They're running around. There's no need to run on the inside. What is the need to run on the inside? The people that are affected by this are the 4 streets. If you're gonna, I understand there's gonna be a certain percentage of people that, you know, don't want to walk that extra 300 yards. I understand that. I understand that there are some difficulties there. I don't know if allowing a gate to be in the middle, allowing some sort of access to be in the middle, but if we're going to open that corner up, you might as well just take everything down. I mean, there's multiple neighbors there that are willing to give money to put up block walls to do it. And then we're talking about opening up access when we have multiple neighbors that just want to make it more secure. We obviously have a problem. The gates are being broken. Shopping carts are being left at the end of the cul-de-sac. I mean, there's an obvious problem there. I don't know if any of you council members live in that area. I don't know if you live off of Collins and it starts with an R. I guess you guys had someone just paint the curbs? What was that?
Roberto.
I don't know if any of you guys live over there. I'm sure those residents that live over there want those red curbs to keep people from parking there. That obviously passed. I mean, I'm not going to go over there and I'm not going to say, hey, I think those red curbs are horrible. I think we should allow everybody to park there. I'm not going to go impede on what they believe is right for that area. I don't think that others should be able to impede on the area and the affected areas, the affected 4 streets. I don't think they should be able to impede on that either. And that is all I have to say. I know this has been talked about a lot.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, it appearing that we have finally depleted our commentary from the audience. Has the council got any comments on the issue?
I do. And I'm gonna just keep it short. We've discussed this, I think, numerous times. I've listened to the pros, the cons. We don't live in a homeowners association. We don't live in Coto de Caza where we're surrounded by a gate. The city managers provided the council with a listing of every call made to the sheriff for the last 6 years in our binder. So we see every call that's come through. I think as a compromise, I'm suggesting leaving the barriers and the wrought iron up along Wanda, of course fixing them, leaving the gate at the opening of Collins and Wanda, where there is a bus stop right there, but removing the padlock so that people can just open the gate, they can run, they can walk if they choose to, but there is an access point that they can get out. I have watched the residents go through the gates that have been, the bars that have been open. They walk their dogs, and if they're small enough, I watch them every morning. I have also watched Mr. Campbell go through the gate in the morning because I didn't know anyone had a key, and I see it myself. That's my proposal. It's a compromise between 30 homes that are directly affected by the bus stop and directly affected by that small gate, and the homes that are on the other side towards Lincoln and having the gates up there. I think that we have a good majority of people who want it closed. We also have to respect the people who want access to be able to come out and use the trail. So that's where I'm at.
Any other council comments?
Yes, when we did vote on this several months ago, it was kind of a hurried, rushed affair. We had proposed that we'd put some temporary things up there so we could kind of look at it, sort of table the whole issue. That didn't happen, so now we've got a new we have this resolution that's intact. This is coming back to it. I agree with Deanna that we should have a compromise here because all the parties involved. I think a lot of people maybe have not realized what the issue is, but it seems that, I mean, as far as the gates go, but what I'm thinking is that maybe there's some other type of, there's this crime list that we were given for the past 9 years. It goes back to 2004. I don't know if that actually is any more than the rest of the city. Is this the highest spot within the city or not? I don't know. And if it's not, atypical to what the rest of the city goes, why would we think that is a particularly messy area? All around the schools, you have little litter from kids falling out of their backpacks or their pockets. We have that kind of thing too. There's probably some way we could maybe monitor the street a little more. I mean, I understand the residents' predicament where they don't want to have these extra cars and they don't want to have the trash. I do, but I also, the access for the residents of that area, not a majority, I guess, but it's quite a number. It's probably that they need to have some access to, and there's some people that are compromised in their mobility that need to be considered as well. So I am in favor of studying or whatever, come up with a solution to the such as the Wanda Collins Gate, and so that's all I had to comment about that. Otherwise, it stands as it is. So.
Councilwoman Paul, you look like you were ready to go.
I think so. Well, essentially, Councilwoman Fasanelli and Councilmember Mills have not changed their position from what they originally went in, and you're standing firm on that. I don't believe that the last decision was rushed, so I'm going to take some exception to that. All of the residents were noticed, and we took a lot of input, and we listened to a lot of people, in addition to all of the emails and all of the various petitions that were being collected. I would like to commend staff this time for being more complete in their research and reporting on incidents that had taken place down there and in compiling a better package. I would say that this is better than the last time, so that would be true. And then also answering residents' complaints. I think that we do have a disaster preparedness plan. We have a binder It's this thick. So I want to assure you that the city is well prepared, as it should be, for disasters of a various nature. So you shouldn't concern yourself with that. That has been taken care of. The number one job of government is to provide safety and security of its residents. That's really our number one job. That really is. Not bike lanes or running paths. So that's my going in position. At the same time, we are definitely split. The input is just about 50-50. People who want all those closers shut and people who want to have access. That's a split. But something that I'm hearing in this is a compromise that we need to probably have staff look into. I don't think the idea of providing a key to all the residents down there is rational. But I think that it would be interesting to have Jared look at the idea of a punch code that the residents can have access to, but you would have to be on your honor not to share it with the rest of the world, which I think you care about your community as much as everyone else. This would be part of that compromise. Keep those gates up along the wall and maybe spend a little and strengthen them, repair them, and strengthen them. I think a couple of gentlemen were, their point was very well taken. Our city's property was vandalized. That is a problem, and that kind of tells you we've got a situation down there. We dealt with something. We don't know if it was somebody who lived there or somebody from outside, but that was, as I think it was, I can't remember his name, Sheriff, I think that was the gentleman who said, that's not how you express yourself. That's not how you're heard. This is how you're heard. This is how you're heard. And I thought it was important for us to have some time with it up and let everybody assess the good, the bad, and the ugly, you know, how they felt about it, and then figure out if we can come up with a solution that pleases everyone. I think the best one that we heard really had to do with a punch. It will cost a little bit more money, a punch code for that gate down there for the use of the residents. Leave and strengthen the gated walls, those wrought iron gates that are down there that need to be repaired. They need to be strengthened. And also increase sheriff's patrol down in that area. I think that's important for us to do as well. But that would be my recommendation, that we look into a little bit more of an expenditure down there. I know that the gate with the punch code will cost a little bit more, but I think that this way everyone gets something of what they want or need, and we've reached a solution. And I think it's worth the expenditure. That's my answer. That's my suggestion.
This is a tough one.
Yeah.
It's like 50-50. You
Yeah.
can't please everyone. I heard pretty loud and clear that if we open the one down at the end, it's not really going to solve all the problems. And I can understand that. As far as the gate, Deanna, you were mentioning, it would definitely have to have a self-closer on it. You know, the gate would need to appear closed just for Joe Blows driving by. I do like the idea of a key and or a key code for that end gate if we choose that, because I think there's a certain amount of people that want access on that gate, but I don't think it's a humongous number. So it's not like we have to give keys to 1 million people. If a Villa Park resident comes to our counter and they show their ID, they live in the city, and they want a key to that gate, that'd be a cheap solution. And they get issued a key. Maybe we have a list who we gave a key to that resident. Maybe there's only 10 people that are going to want it. I don't think everyone wants it. I really can't imagine. Although some people would want it, you know, because they use it once in a blue moon maybe. But I don't know. The punch code, I'm fine with that. But, you know, to put a gate there and have no lock on it, it'd have to have a self-closer. I'm just not, I don't know. I mean, I agree. We heard enough tonight where there should be one access. I kind of like the middle one as an access, but I could see where that doesn't please a lot of people. The tough one. Tough one. Those are my comments.
Okay, well, I have a few. I'm going to start at the end and then move backwards. So my final conclusion is that we gave this a lot of seasoned thought. We listened to everyone. It was properly noticed. And I think we made an intelligent decision. And I haven't heard any change circumstances, really anything different here tonight to really change my mind. That said, there were a number of people that raised issues, And there are a number of people that want access to that, through that wall. From what I've read and people I've spoken to, the vast majority seems to be in favor of retaining the security, having the wall. I have seen the signatures, so let me just address these. There's a number of signatures here, but I've done my own surveys and walked around and had neighbors sign petitions, only to get to here and find out that someone else walked to the same house and they signed the absolute opposite petition on the other side. And I've had that happen a number of times in relation to the fireworks issues. So I put a little more weight on people that appear and write letters and stuff than I do just signing these. They walk around, they don't want to say no to their neighbor, and they sign them, and I saw it happen again and again. So the parking issue, I think, is a legitimate concern. We've got people that can't get enough vehicles parked at their own Villa Park residence in the immediate adjacent areas that probably need some access, maybe need to park there occasionally. I think that's legit. The safety exit issue was raised. That, I think, is just a complete smoke ball. There is no safety issue there. The city has addressed that issue with fire and police. They use the street. There's no access denied. There's no delayed response time. And frankly, if you think about it, if you turned that fence into a row of houses and just pretend that's a street and there's housing there, that's the way all of us live. I can't run out into an open field from my house. There's houses on every side of me. I have to run way down a street to get out of there. It's not a problem. I have plenty of open space in the street, and the same situation exists there. I don't think the safety issue is a real issue. The biggest issue to me on this is the access for the elderly and the neighboring people that want access to the green belt. That's a significant issue. And that kind of falls in place with really what most of the rest of the council has said, and that is that there is a split. Maybe we need to do some kind of compromise to resolve it. And I think the only way you're going to do that is you're going to have to maintain the security, which means it's going to have to stay locked. However, I don't see why we can't, as Councilman Pauly indicated, put a key code lock on there so that you can go in and out either side, self-closing so it stays shut, and we can issue the key codes to those people that request it. And if there's a problem, we can change the key code. And if that doesn't work, then we'll have to address something else. There's various ways to do it. But it's a big enough problem that we've now addressed it at least 3 times in council. So the best thing I can think of it to do is to reinforce it, leave the wall in place on the Collins end, put a key code pad in there for people that have a right and a need to be going through there, test it and see how that works. And that's my suggestion, and since everyone has spoken, unless they have something else, I would make a motion to that effect.
And I would second that motion.
I guess we're...
Peter, we were discussing the whole key code access and the gates.
Okay, do you have something you would like to add? Is there something we should be thinking about?
No, we were just chatting it over. I'm more in favor of a locked key code than I am issuing keys. I just think practically it makes sense.
Because the key code could be changed over time.
Could be
if you
changed.
need
We were
to.
just deciding when we do change a code, how will we notify everyone? Either the same postcard, or we get everybody's email address and I shoot it out quarterly, annually, whatever
Or
time
when
frame
it's
we
changed.
decide.
See, this to me, I know that not everybody's, everybody's a little bit unhappy, which means that we're probably doing the right thing. We're providing for the security, but we're also providing for the access that's being asked for by the residents. And it did trouble me that we had residents along Collins who were essentially being locked out of their own city. If they were Orange residents, I might not have been as concerned by it as I am. But I just think this is a good solution. We've got a motion on the floor.
Oh, I have a comment here. Before we spend the money and the time to install something electronic, why don't we keep the lock there, issue keys to who they want it, and try it for 2 months and see if it works before we go to the trouble of putting an electronic box there?
I don't think you're going to see that big a problem. It doesn't have to be electronic. It can be, it's not like we have to wire this up as a computer. Some of these are just push button and you hit the combination. I don't even think that they're electronic. They're mechanical.
Yeah, they have mechanical.
I understand, but
Yeah.
why,
You
we
can
have a
change
lock
them,
there.
too.
Why, give them a key.
I think it's going to be more trouble personally to administer the key than it's going to be to just
I
put
don't
the
think we can engineer it right here.
combination
Is
lock.
my issue, and I think Deanna's point's well taken. That we already have the key thing there. Give it to the folks that want it. It doesn't cost very much to get a bunch of keys made. and just check it out, because that was my point earlier about when we did this in the first place. We need to kind of try it out, because people can't see what the impact is until it's all there, or at least you have a facsimile of it. So
My only concern with that is like the gentleman said earlier, I believe it was Mr. Campbell. Folks won't lock it.
Exactly.
It will close, but it won't lock.
A self-closure with a key punch
Has to have
keypad ensures that it just pops shut, and the individuals who live here or park their car coming home late from work, you pop your number in, you walk right through the gate, you go home.
I'm picturing hotel pools with 5 numbers, and it's any combination of those 5 numbers, and the gate opens for.
Exactly, it's so simple.
And I understand that, and if I could just make one comment here, I don't have a problem with the people from Orange coming into our city walking at all, and I want to just make sure that I put that on the record, because I think that it's a horrible statement to have said that up here from the dais, that we would be
Who said
saying,
that?
you did, that you would be
Excuse
saying
me?
something
I did
different.
I said no such thing. I was talking about the fact that we have residents who are fronting Collins, who are Villa Park residents, who are essentially shut out. So input as a councilwoman from the city of Villa Park, from residents of Villa Park, bears more weight with me when I'm making a decision on behalf of the city of Villa Park than input from people who don't even live here. And I think that's a rational way to make your decision when you've been elected by the people of the city.
I'm afraid that I have a little more.
Let me interrupt on this. I can't. If we can move on past this, I think what Councilwoman Polly is saying, she's focusing on the city group, and I think what Councilwoman Fasenelli is saying is she doesn't want to belittle or discriminate against the neighbors.
That's correct.
I think we all agree with that. In fact, I had a prior conversation with the city manager about the access to the combination code if we were to do something like this, and suggested that, someone somewhere in one of these emails I had seen, someone had suggested they had friends across the road that they interacted with, and now they couldn't get across. And in all candor, if there's a responsible member of the community across the street that you're friends with, and you want to share the code with that responsible family to access, I doubt that's going to create any problems. We just don't want the code being passed around so that everybody in town gets it, and we get some less desirable criminal elements that access the code. So I don't think there's much here for us to fight about. I think from everything I've heard, the compromise that seems to be most acceptable is to use the punch pad with a self-closing gate, so we've got security, leave the fences intact. I think it addresses the issues. I made the motion, Councilwoman Polly seconded it. If someone wants to move to modify the motion, I'd be happy to listen to that, but if not, I think we probably need to move on. We still got a lot of calendar here to
I think
go.
we should call for the vote.
And I think the vote should be taken.
Would you like me, just to clarify, would you like me to take immediate action or return to you with suggestions? Do you want to limit me to $4,000 or $5,000? I'm not sure what it's going to cost to put in something. I don't
can't-
believe it's going to be that much.
I can't imagine that the cost of putting a punch key in place of a lock is going to be that big a deal, and my inclination is to tell you to go ahead. If you think it's so
well within your
expensive
purview.
that you
Absolutely.
need to come back to council, then I would suggest you do so, but.
It's well within your purview.
Yeah, I think.
And just to be clear, that once that happens, then you would have the freedom to go ahead and make the necessary repairs and strengthening of the walls that were vandalized by a criminal element that didn't have any respect for our property.
Well, I had one more comment about the walls. I mean, we had some citizens that offered to actually build the walls in those different holes. I mean, that wasn't even talked about. I mean, I don't know if we'd even want to consider something like that. Or just repair the wrought iron.
Part of the reason for that was if it's 100% closed. So I'm sure they'll withdraw that if it's a gate at the end. I'm assuming. I shouldn't speak for them, but that's my guess.
So we have the matter pending. Jared, can we take the vote, and so we can get on with the.
Well, I want to clarify that code is available to all Villa Park residents. If they come here and they prove with an ID that they're a Villa Park resident,
Yeah.
we'll notify the residents that they have an access to that code.
And I think we just expect that our residents will act responsibly.
Yeah, I do not believe you closed the public hearing, so if you do, please, at least please step to the podium.
If you have a comment, ma'am, feel free to go to the podium. We'd be happy to listen to you.
My name is Jean Fishley, 10706 Albany Circle. If you put in a keypad, that code will not be secure. It'll be within 24 hours, half the kids at Villa Park High School and CV will have it. Did you think about that? It will not be just for the residents.
That's
That
it.
is my concern about a keypad. Are you gonna put one on the outside? You have to have one on the outside and one on the inside. Outside,
have to be
inside,
both
it's gonna get vandalized just like somebody I read in the paper put glue in the lock. I mean, there's gonna be something, there's gonna be people unhappy, no matter what. You need to have a gate that's open. I'm sorry, but the keypad will not work.
That, you know.
I guess I have a quick comment.
I don't know that I necessarily disagree with those comments, but the reality is, I don't know, because I've seen those type of devices in a lot of spots that have survived for a long time, that I was surprised. You know, I've seen others destroyed. It's not a huge expenditure. It really does solve a conflict within the community, and for the limited cost, it seems to me, we probably have a duty to make an effort and see how it works. If it doesn't work, we will readdress it. But I think we need to give it a chance to work, because it is the best solution that we've come up with to balance the competing interests within the community. And we hope it works, and there may be some pretty durable items out there now, because that's not uncommon to have those abused. So we may be able to get something that is, you know, protectable. There may be something where we can have a hole in the gate, where there's a reach through and you got to reach up a little bit and push it, where it's not so easy. You can't, maybe it's on time. I don't know. That's something the city manager can look at. I certainly acknowledge that problem, and it may not work, but I think with a limited cost, I think we owe the residents a shot at trying to see if it works. That's my feeling, and on that basis, I move we proceed with a vote on the motion. In fact, I'm going to instruct Jared, I guess, to do that, because we already have a second.
Absolutely. Motion is to approve the keypad, and then at this point, I will issue it to every Villa Park resident, and I'll make sure that the immediately affected area, the same 94 homes, are mailed what the code is.
I don't know that we even need to do that. That may be something we can, perhaps we can just make the code
Yeah.
available to those who request it.
Yes.
And then we
Yes.
can periodically change it as necessary, assuming it doesn't get destroyed.
Yes.
The
Yeah,
device.
that's better.
I don't think we need to disseminate it that broadly. If
agree.
people want it,
So many
they
people
can
that
show
won't
that they
use it.
reside there. We'll give them the
They don't,
code.
they don't even care about it. You know, a lot of people.
I live here and I don't want it.
I will make an announcement. If you want the code, call me. We'll put it in the net.
There you go.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's better.
Roll call vote. Mayor Barnett.
Yes.
Councilwoman Polly.
Yes.
Councilman Mills.
No.
Councilman Reese.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fasenelli.
Yes.
Motion carries. At this time, if I may make a suggestion as well, that we move up the Collins parking issue to this matter
Oh,
on the
that's a
agenda.
very good idea.
Yeah, I think that's
It's
a good
item
idea.
number 8. Unfortunately, I will need a voice vote to move the item on the agenda. So we're moving item number 8 to, we'll call it 2B.
Do you need a motion?
A motion and then
I'll
a
make
move.
I'll make it.
Second.
voice
Okay,
vote.
good, great.
I'll approve.
Aye.
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 Tyler, we'll just present you with a brief rundown of the staff report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The city has recently received a request to prohibit parking along Collins Avenue from the north side from
Can
Wanda
you
Road.
speak up, please, to the microphone?
Yes. We have received a request to prohibit. Here?
We can't hear you,
Pull it a
Tyler.
little closer, Tyler. It is, just stick it, put it in your face.
That's
Hear better now?
Not really, but
Are our mics working tonight?
just talk loud. Oh, okay. Well, talk loud and stay away from the microphone then.
Request to prohibit parking along Collins Avenue, the north side, from Wanda Road to the city boundary. We have had some requests for parking concerns. Some of the residents who live along the north side of Collins have issues exiting their homes as cars are parked in front of their home. It's difficult to see oncoming traffic as Collins is a busier road than the majority of streets within Villa Park. Currently, there is prohibited parking along some portions of Collins Avenue. You can see that in your packet report. CDC met on this and recommended prohibited parking along Collins. However, after the CDC met, we received some feedback from 2 of the residents who were in favor of resident permit parking. So Of the 4 homes that were noticed, we received 1 survey back that was in favor of prohibited parking. 2 were in favor of resident permit parking. 1 never responded. So staff recommends the adoption of the attached resolution to adopt prohibited parking with the option with resident permit parking. If you have any questions, feel free.
I'll start. These homes are from the corner of, we don't have a PowerPoint on this, do we? Okay,
Morgan.
That's okay, all right.
Morgan to Wanda.
Yeah, it's from Morgan to Wanda. We're talking 4 homes, correct? It's on a major, very, very busy street. I drive this 20 times myself, huge amount of traffic all days. And in the mornings, when you do drive down it, the residents know how dangerous it is because they do put cones behind their cars or alongside their cars because it is dangerous. I'm not sure who they belong to, but it is. A lot of mirrors get taken off. I actually myself was not aware that those homes were Villa Park. I thought they were all orange. And how this did come about was that Orange, the city of Orange, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, was looking at making that no parking on the orange side. And this is how we actually came to this also. They were looking at
Orange side or the part preceding?
the preceding Villa Park on
Okay.
the orange side.
Okay.
They were going to make
The
that
orange
no
portions, they've
parking.
made no parking.
Right,
Okay.
and then that's how
But
we
still on
got
the
it.
north-hand side of Collins.
Correct.
Okay.
Since we have discussed it at the CDC, according to Jared, Orange is now looking at us to see what we're going to do.
We're the leaders.
We're the leaders. It is a very dangerous street. I understand that. I feel for the residents. It's hard to get in and out of there. I believe it would be best for liability from the city to have it be no parking because there's no good that's gonna come of that. There's a lot of cars that are parked there. I would not park my vehicle there. It's difficult to even get out of your car. So that's why I think that we had recommended it. We certainly take it to the council, but that's what I had to say there. Yeah.
With the permit parking, right?
Yes.
Okay.
With
For the residents.
No, I'm not saying permit parking.
What's what the motion, that's what the resolution is.
Well, no, that's what staff recommended. That's not what CDC recommended.
That's true.
CDC
And are you,
did-
you're sticking with your
I'm
recommendation?
sticking with the recommendation. I don't believe it's not safe, and I think we have a liability for the city of Villa Park also right there. It is a very, very dangerous street to have parking. And I sympathize with the residents. Now we're gonna have a keypad so you can get in and out and park on Fitch and Ranch Road, which it is a public street. And residents didn't want no parking signs on that street, so you are welcome to park there like you used to park there. I understand that, but from a liability standpoint, I think that we should make it no parking.
Well, I think, I would comment, there are 2 residents on the street here tonight. That's half of them. So I don't know what to say. I mean, I've heard, there's a mixed bag here. I mean, obviously, because if we have the no parking, that means the residents don't park there as well. If there's permit parking, they can as residents, but I'm sure there's going to be some encroachment by other folks. I mean, it's only a natural thing. Because also there's no parking along Morgan Street for quite a ways, and any of the other areas along Collins on the orange side as well. So I can understand your frustration that you have issues with, you can't even park in front of your own house. So, and I think that's how you came to that conclusion, right, Tyler, with the staff resolution yielded from the CDC meeting?
The gate is now open, so they would be able to park along Fitch and Ranch Road and walk a couple hundred feet. I don't know if they're amenable to that now that we've opened up access to Villa Park residents in that area.
Let me make a suggestion. I think I bypassed the public comment, which we usually do first, other than
So,
questions of staff. So maybe it's a good opportunity to go back. Anyone that would like to address this issue, why don't you kind of cut us off here and tell us how you feel? You've heard some council comments, so I guess you can give us an informed
Okay, my name is
commentary.
Juan Manza. I live in one of the properties, 17861 Collins Villa Park. And yeah, I mean, the park, it is an issue, you know, coming home and there's no parking. I mean, there's been times where there's a car parked there for 2 weeks, and nothing happens. It's not cited or nothing. Or then, you know, or like I said, I'm coming home from work and there's nowhere to park. I've tried parking on Morgan Street, but I got to park all the way like 5 blocks down to find parking, or on the west side of Wanda, or even in the apartments, try to find parking there, and it's been difficult. Also having people over, I mean, especially when the gate being closed, and if it does, doesn't work where you guys lock it, then we'll definitely not be able to ever park there, So, I mean, hopefully with this residential parking, we'll be able to at least park there. And I understand the issue of the liability. I mean, I would like to come home and park in front of my house. I don't want to park down the street. Even if I'm parking at Fitch and Ranch, I mean, it's a safer street. That's one reason why I like parking there too. But at the same time, I mean, if we don't have access to that, if just in case you guys do decide to close it in the future, I mean, what are the options for me? I mean, or for my family, or if I have my grandparents coming over, or my parents, or my, whoever's gonna come visit me. I mean, I'm gonna have them park 5 blocks away too, or something, I thought if I have permit parking, I could put my cars on the bottom. They could park in my driveway, So.
I've got a question for you. Are there cars parked there the bulk of the time? A lot of parking in front?
From like Thursday to Sunday, there's no parking. Morning through the evening, night. During the week, like maybe today, there was a few spots open. In front of my neighbor, I know there was a spot open, but next to them, there's like a car that's been there 3 days already. I mean.
You're aware of any accidents that have occurred with those cars?
I know that some of my mirrors have been knocked out from the cars, but I mean, I just fold them in and it hasn't been an issue since then. I know there's a lot of people jaywalking that park across the street from the apartments. I know some lady got hit in our neighborhood, so I mean, if any something to, let us know that we could park there, and I know they can't. I mean, I don't want to take parking out from anybody, but I just want to be able to come home and park in my front of my house.
So you're in favor of permit parking
yes,
in front of your own home?
That would be best, and I wouldn't want, and if that's not the issue, I mean, I don't want to get rid of parking. I mean, I want to be able to still park there. It's gonna, be difficult if I have to park down 5 blocks away because there's no parking, but I do want the access to park there. And if it's at least resident parking, because I know on Morgan in that neighborhood, there's 4 blocks where you have to have a permit. So I mean, I'm sure if they knew that, or they wouldn't park there either, and at least give us access to be able to park there.
But we've now given you access to go back to parking at Fitch and Ranch Road if you have, because you have
Yeah,
access to
and
the
I-
gate.
and I
'Cause
understand
we don't want you parking on Morgan Street either, because,
Yeah, I mean, and I have parked there. I had to park there last night, and it's like 5 blocks into the
Because there was
neighborhood.
you didn't have
There's
access.
I don't have permits, so, and I don't have access to Fitch and Ranch. I mean, if it's already open, I wasn't aware of it, so.
Well, that was just voted on, that
Okay.
you'll have
Now,
access.
now you guys are saying that
to
this
it.
is just a trial, so.
No, it wasn't trial.
Okay, so it's gonna be permanently open, or, okay.
You'll have an access.
Alright, but yeah, I
you'll
mean,
have the
access
access
key
code.
code.
Awesome, but, yeah, but resident parking at theme, permit parking at theme would be great. That will help the issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask Lieutenant Gunzel? Lieutenant Gunzel, you know that street, how busy it is, and offer your opinion here as far as accidents and what occurs. I mean, there's always cones parked in front of the car, so I know the residents know how dangerous it is.
Some of it is a matter of whether they report accidents. A mirror being taken off, that's probably not reported to us. I, for one, have never taken an accident report on that street, and I don't remember taking one there. Wanda, yes. Collins, no. But it's 4 houses, so it's jurisdictional problem if it happens, So, as far as accidents, I don't see.
If I may jump in, I asked AJ to pull the reports for 20 years back. For anything traffic related on Collins Avenue. This could be Roberto, and this could be Wanda, and this could be Morgan Street. There were 23 calls to dispatch, and there were only 5 reports taken. And again, this is the blotter as it goes through. 3 of those were traffic accidents with injuries in the last 20 years.
Is anybody?
Got another resident
Oh,
who
another
wants to
who wants to speak? Go ahead.
My name is Hani Georgi. I live in 17871 Collins Avenue. The issue of parking in front of my home is like turning my life to a nightmare. Whenever I have 3 kids and I have 3 seniors in my home. Whenever I go out to the street, I am totally blind. I can see nothing, especially if there is a big truck or a van. I'm going out, like I'm suggesting, trying to guess. I believe there is a car passed, so there is no more cars, so let me take the chance and go to the street. My wife is taking care of 3 kids and 3 seniors. We are going out to the street totally blind. and there was a lady. Of course, the people parking in front of this couple of homes, all of them they live on the other side. So all of them, by percentage of 100%, they do jaywalk across the street. None of them go to the traffic signal. And there was a big accident 1 block before my home, and there was a police and the big lights. A lady was jaywalking, get hit by a car. And also in front, exactly in front of my home, there was a car, and I believe it was a Volkswagen, and a man driving a mini, like a small truck. He hit it. It was a big accident. And in front of my home, if I'm going out of my home and there is cars here, there is a street should be going to join the traffic and across the street. I don't remember the exact name. So I'm trying to guess if there is cars coming this way. I'm guessing because I'm totally blind, 100% blind, especially if there is trucks or big vans. There is the traffic, and the Collins itself is not straight. It has a curve before me, and it has a high area. Then suddenly I find a car flash because there is like a high, I don't know how to name it.
That's Prospect. It's
Yeah,
blind.
just before my home. So I'm guessing, is there a car? And there is a street going this way. I cannot see it, totally blind. I can see nothing. Okay, and if we prevent parking here, I have sometimes nurses coming to my parents and my wife, mom, and I have people coming to visit me from the church, my priest. I have some as a family, as a big family. So if I tell them, hey, go inside Villa Park, you go take the curve, and I believe many nurses will cancel my visit, will not be able to help me or to come to care for my elderly persons. So I'm in favor of having parking by permit. And it is enforced. I tried to call Morgan, City of Orange, to give me a permit to park. She told me, why I give you permit? I told her I am only 5 feet or like this distance away from the street. She told me, no, you don't belong to City of Orange. Why should I give you permit? And that's it. She stopped the call like that. So I need to park for me, for caregivers, for nurses coming for half an hour to do something for my parents, and she should leave. She cannot go all the way, and I keep describing for her. So I hope, and it's a wish for me, to have a parking by permit. And if they can enforce it in Morgan, why they cannot enforce it in these poor couple of houses that they do not know where to go? I hope you make it parking by permit. And of course, before my home, there is a wall. The home that belongs to City of Orange, he has a big fence coming all the way, and there is a big electric road, one of the major ones. So I'm coming totally blind. At night, even if I'm tired, I go and reverse my cars and my wife's cars and every car. I go to reverse it to be able to have a better chance of surviving. So going out of my home, I feel I'm trying to take a big chance. Will I survive? My wife will survive, or we will pass away. We will die. I hope you consider it for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared, has Akram taken a look at
Are there any more people to speak on that in the public? No. So we'll close the public hearings. Council have any more comments on this?
Deanna had a question.
Yeah, he said no.
And the answer was what?
No, the city engineer hasn't reviewed this. It's policy.
You've addressed that. I have a comment. I have a suggestion, or see how this goes over. The only thing, it seems to me the logical thing to do is do the permit parking. The only thing that concerned me a little bit was a comment about visibility in trucks, and I'm thinking about that street. I'm thinking, boy, you got a truck there, it would be horrible. I wonder if we could modify this and provide permit parking for automobiles only, not for trucks. Sir, if you'd like to come back and address that, I don't have a problem with it. Just make it brief.
Having cars parking in front of me, I'll have 10% like I will have better visibility by 10%, but I will still lose 90% of my visibility. If you have, and if somebody
you want
can come,
permit
This is
parking.
permit parking. This
This
is
is
the only
permit
cars
parking.
for you.
Okay, the permit for the resident
No,
will be.
just you. Permit for you.
okay, it will be okay, because whenever I have a nurse, it will be half an hour. Whenever I have but having cars all the day blocking the street, yeah. But if the gentleman, our city manager, saying that the permit will be for us, I'll be very grateful.
But
that would be
Mayor
it.
Barnett is mentioning no trucks. He's saying permit for you, but cars.
I
Because it would be
don't-
safer.
I am a normal resident. I do not have trucks.
Someone else may.
If somebody, maybe my gardener, some normal life of my family. Yeah.
Maybe an F-150 or something.
Like
but that's it.
even if the permit for me is allowing parking for trucks, maybe delivering something for me or my gardener. It will. I do not have trucks. Thank you so much.
All right.
And I do stand corrected. Tyler worked on this with Akram.
Okay.
So he has reviewed it.
And Akram's recommendation was the residential parking zone?
I can't speak for that. I know that Akram asked me to prepare that visual that you have in your packet for him, so he has seen it. He is aware of it.
That's
The
a really good.
recommendation is it's the city council's, policy.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it, and I think a standard half-ton truck would be okay, but anything above that's a problem. A standard residential truck, if you will, F-150.
Pickup
Yeah, a standard pickup, a Gardner truck.
These
That would be
pickups-
okay, but anything bigger is too dangerous.
Are we allowed to? Are
Again,
we allowed to make
I don't know
that?
how I would limit that. I guess I would leave it up to the residents to decide that. Where I doubt he's going to park a 25-foot box truck right by his driveway. I mean, he knows he can't see. So.
I just want to limit our liability,
Absolutely.
because it is a dangerous area. Mirrors get taken off. It's dangerous.
Absolutely.
It's going to be just in front of those two properties, correct?
Again, it's a policy matter for the city council.
That's what I'm seeing
Two
here.
properties, 4 properties. Right now, the no parking. If you're looking at the image,
I am.
no parking. So let's start on the east towards Morgan Street.
Okay.
I don't know what's the scale there. Maybe the first 50 feet is no parking end sign, so you cannot park there. And then from that no parking end sign to the city boundary, all the way to 17841, parking is allowed. And then from 17841 to the west towards Wanda, parking is prohibited.
How many cars can fit in that space?
10. Depends on
Are
the
you just
size of the
pull-
car.
are you just pulling that?
I mean, it
You don't
depends on
know.
the size
You
of the
can
car.
see it.
You know-
There's
you
a
know
car
what?
in the
There's
picture. You
usually
can
like
figure
Okay.
it.
Oh, okay.
Two
Yeah, you can
X's.
tell. 10's not a
10.
bad number.
Okay.
So
One,
pretty
two,
close.
8 to
three,
10?
yeah.
four,
Why is
five,
that
6, 7.
prohibited, Jared? Toward the if.
Too close to the end, probably.
Well, yeah, but that's not a visibility issue because
It was probably prohibited 50 years ago. I'd have to
think
do
it's
my
been that
homework on
way.
that one.
Anyway, I think it's because of the crosswalk up there.
Could be because of the crosswalk. It could be to stack to make the right turn north on Wanda.
okay.
Which happens, which does happen.
Well, I'm inclined to make a motion here that we go ahead and permit the residential parking where the X's are in our drawing, with a permitted parking only.
But
Permits-
is that what this resolution says? Because I'm kind of confused by that. It says residential parking zone. It doesn't really say parking by. Does that mean parking by permit?
That means our parking by permit. And permits would be issued to those two homes or the 4 homes, whatever.
Those 4 homes, actually.
Well, the third one, is that really actually a home, or is that a group home, or a? The third property there. Yeah, there's like a huge driveway in. It's like a loop driveway in and out.
They don't have any issues.
They don't have the same issues that these two residents have. Okay, I just wanted to understand that this would be parking by permit, because it doesn't say it anywhere.
Our parking by permit is the residential parking zone.
Okay, very good.
So, Rick, you gonna move it?
Yeah, so my motion, the one thing I'm waffling on here is whether we ought to put some language in about passenger vehicles and light trucks or something, because I agree, if there's somebody does park a big vehicle, you're not gonna see anything, and the same thing if they park it down toward the crosswalk.
I think the only people going to be parking are the 4 houses right along
yeah.
Collins. That's it. That's the only people that can get the permit, correct?
Absolutely.
If they do that, then,
They put a
their own
somebody
purpose.
puts a motor home out there,
yeah, well.
oh, that's
And their
That's my only
And their
issue.
cones that they put on there. I mean, I don't want the cones out there.
Yeah, that's my only issue. So my inclination is to move this item subject to
72 hours.
making the permits for residential and light trucks only, residential vehicles and trucks not exceeding 3/4 ton perhaps.
If we can do that, I'm in. I mean, if we're giving a permit, why can't you put that stipulation in there?
I mean, you can. I'm just thinking it would be a nightmare to enforce.
Well, you know what,
Yeah, but-
we hope that they'll be honest enough
Yeah.
to permit the right vehicle, I think. We're putting a little trust. That's my way of letting them know, we don't want you parking RVs
Right.
and stuff there, it's dangerous.
Yeah, that's all it
Is
is.
it
They're
possible,
too wide and they're too obscuring.
if the goal is to prohibit like RVs, maybe it would be easier to expressly prohibit the type of vehicles than as to draft language that's going to permit certain type of vehicles
Oh, that's
based on
fine.
height or
How about,
tonnage.
That's fine.
that's tough, though, to describe all that. I think it's easier just to say passenger
Well,
vehicles and trucks not
yeah.
exceeding 3/4 ton. That's easy. That's all that's your
Yeah.
pickups and vans.
Okay, does that work?
That's my motion,
Yeah,
unless somebody wants to
however you need
modify
to
I
it.
do it.
second it.
I'm trying to clarify this up. We've been all over. So motion is to approve residential parking permit in front of 17861, 17871, and limit it up to vehicles up to 3/4 ton.
You either use a prohibit language or the other language. Either one's all.
We'll
we don't care.
decide which is best.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to, the idea being that we limit it to vehicles that we can see around, which I personally suggest would probably be passenger vehicles and trucks not exceeding 3/4 ton.
Okay.
That'll take care of the medium and the
Yeah.
light and medium pickups.
Yep.
Okay, we will work to address that and incorporate the modifications into the resolution. Are you comfortable approving it now with the changes on the floor, or do you want to bring the resolution back?
I'm comfortable with it, as I think that the stated intent, I'm going to clarify Jordan's clarification now, is for residential parking permits for all 4 properties on Collins, with a limitation on the size of the vehicle that is permitted, size of the vehicle that is permitted to be parked by the resident.
Correct, but I notice there's 5 addresses and there's
There's only
2 of
4.
them in check marks, so I'm a little unclear on that.
904 belongs to Orange.
Number 4, which,
904.
904 belongs to Orange.
oh, okay,
But,
yeah.
but the parking is only going to be permitted in front of 2 residences.
Correct.
But
Correct.
all 4 residences that live there,
Can be issued a permit.
if they wish to have one.
Correct.
And that's your concern about the larger vehicles of 17821 coming in there and parking a couple of Winnebagos. So.
That's the 90-year-old woman, so I don't think so.
Yeah.
But, you know,
More power to her.
Yep. Okay.
We all good with that?
Yeah.
Mayor Barnett,
Yes,
Councilman Mills,
Yes.
Councilman Reese,
Yes.
Councilman Pauly,
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fasenelli.
No.
The motion carries.
Okay.
okay.
We're back to
Back to item number
Is that all the touchy ones?
our consent.
3.5, I guess, the consent calendar. So, the consent calendar are those items considered to be routine and not requiring more than a general enactment for approval, or any members of council want to pull any of those items?
You ready for a motion?
I didn't have any this time, so.
I'm not pulling any. I don't
I'm
think
not
anybody
either.
There's
pulled-
nothing much to pull, so
I
let's
know.
get
It's
on
like-
with this. Let's get on with this. I'll make the
So
motion.
you're
Let's
learning.
go.
Good. Well, we have, it's
It's
gotta
a
be a voice
no-brainer.
vote. It's gotta be a
Landmark
roll.
day.
Well,
That's
there's
never
only
happened.
a few items.
It has
There's
to be a
nothing
roll
there.
call vote. It has
Okay,
to be a
take the
roll call
vote, Jared.
Roll.
That's never happened.
It's because you did it this way. Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
And if I may make another suggestion, I realize the folks in attendance are with regard to the HERO program, so if you want to move that one up.
Can we have I would like to ask for a 5-minute recess, please.
That's fine.
That's good.
Recess and discuss HERO when we get back?
That's fine. I'll accommodate that, so,
Okay.
Voice vote?
Yes.
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 yes. Which item is that?
And our restrooms are where?
Okie dokie. I'm having way too much fun.
On to number 11 on the agenda.
Really?
To reconsider the California Hero Program at Councilmember Mills' request. So if there's anyone from the public that would like to address it, be my guest. And I'd like to try and hold this within some reasonable time parameters if we can, so I'm sure we've got someone here.
Public? Oh, okay. Oh, we're having a
I guess the hero,
presentation.
I've considered the hero people part of the public, I guess. It's just, it's not, I'm not talking about council. If there's somebody out there who wants to talk, fire away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and I think at this point, member of the audience. My name is Rick Bishop. I'm the Executive Director of the Western Riverside Council of Governments, also known as WRCOG. We're the agency that is administering the California Hero Program. And with me are a number of staff from WRCOG, and I think you've met a few of them on prior occasions. Barbara Spoonhour is our Director of Energy Programs, Dustin Rylick with Renovate America. Just for purposes of time, I wanted to just really quickly go through this presentation just to kind of reacquaint you with the program, provide some background and progress, and be happy to answer any questions you may have on the issue.
We did do this once, so in all honesty, at least from my perspective, if there's some new material or updates, that's more what I would be looking at than rehashing the program.
Sure.
We spent some time on it
Sure.
before.
Let me give you some information then on new updates with regard to the state expansion. I think that, you know, the program was put in place a couple years ago now in Western Riverside County. It has been hugely successful in our subregion. We've actually approved about 13,500 applications just for residential applications in our subregion. Now, our subregion is about 17 cities, going from Corona to Banning and down to Temecula. Those 13,500 applications represent over $450 million in investment into our community. And our elected officials looked at this as being a real economic boom, because for every dollar invested in the community, you see 2 or 3 full dollars in return. So you're looking at $1 billion program in our subregion. Anyways, long story short, based on the success of our program, we started to get a number of inquiries from cities and counties throughout the state asking, you know, how to go about doing this. We told them that we could certainly help them to put a program like this together. But that we thought from a bureaucracy standpoint and from a cost-effective standpoint that there may be another solution. And the solution was just to expand the existing program that's already in place and make it available to all jurisdictions in California. So we did that under the moniker of the California Hero Program. I'm real excited to announce that probably since this was last presented to you, the program has expanded to about 81 or 82 cities and counties throughout the state have joined California Hero. All that has to occur as far as the city council is concerned is they just pass a resolution to join. I want to be real clear on that there's the list of cities that have joined the statewide program. We just launched about 9 or 10 of those cities in Orange County last week, and a number in San Diego County, and a number of cities in LA County. Over 40 will be launching hopefully in March. And so, you know, this is proving to be something that is, you know, I hate to use the term, but it really is sort of taking the state by storm. These 80 plus jurisdictions along with Western Riverside County, this represents about 25% of all the rooftops in the state. And so it really is being seen by elected officials as a real economic benefit program. It's being seen by energy providers and residents as a way to save money, improve equity on their homes, and it's really proven to be something that has been very beneficial from an environmental perspective and from an economic perspective, which I think you know is very difficult to do. I did talk with the city manager. He asked us to put together a couple slides that showed some comparisons. Jared, if you could kind of move forward, kind of skip forward. Right there is one. One was to sort of show where a HERO program financing might fit in comparison or in contrast to other kinds of financing that are available for home energy or for energy retrofits. And so we've sort of put some numbers up there just for you to get a look at. And the one thing that really strikes us when we take a look at this is that the HERO program of all these options is really the only one that the investment is forced back into the property. And a lot of folks say, well, I can use a home equity loan or a second mortgage, you know, to make these. But we all know that most people use home equity loans for things other than the home. You know, they'll use it for their trips, they'll use it to pay for weddings or pay off education, things of that nature. The HERO program is a program that provides financing, and it's only for energy and water retrofits to the energy and water conservation retrofits to the property. So kind of gives you an idea of terms. Some people will say, well, it's not the best deal, but comparatively speaking, it's certainly better than a credit card. In many instances, it's better than lease arrangements. Second mortgages or refinances are difficult to get, and it becomes a very a preferred option, as I mentioned, with 13,500 people just in 2 years in our subregion. Next slide, Jared, if you wouldn't mind kind of moving ahead. One of the other questions that Jared asked us to address, now I'll go to the one on fees. Go forward. Oh, we'll stop right there. Okay. He asked us to address the issue of fees. Are there fees associated with the program? And there are. There's an administration fee, which is really equivalent to a closing cost on a loan. There's annual administrative fees that cover costs to administer the program with the county who places the lien on the property, so it's paperwork. There's terms for these programs based on the type of improvement and the amount that's financed up to 25 years, and the interest rates vary commensurately based on the kind of improvement and the lifespan of the loan. The minimum assessment amount is about $5,000. That's kind of the edge point for our private sector partners to make it worth their while, and the maximum is up to 10% of the property value. There are prepayment penalties on this. We do get some questions on this from time to time. I mean, we've had 7,000 projects that have been completed in our subregion, and some have sold, and some have been required. And because when the loans are sold or the home is refinanced, there can be prepayment penalties. That's required by state statute. It's something that we're looking at, but it's a state statute, I think, that goes back to the early 1900s with programs such as this. So we've sort of listed that for you, and so far we've had a few prepayments, and we really haven't had too many large, extensive griping to that. Move on to the next. The other issue that we hear from time to time is the issues that have been raised by FHFA, and so I kind of wanted to check off how we've addressed that, because we've taken that extremely seriously when we put the program together. And the issue is real simple. FHFA has voiced concerns in the past that liens such as a PACE lien takes priority on the property, and then if the property is foreclosed on, then the FHFA secured portion of the main loan might not get first state as far as the repayment is concerned. So we've done everything, including meeting with the General Counsel of FHFA. We did that last spring. We'll be doing it again next month to hear from the horse's mouth what their concerns are. And basically, all FHFA has really ever done, and they continue to do this, is to state that for properties that do sell and there is a new lender involved, if that lender is Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae involved, then they want that PACE lien paid off. They want the PACE lien paid off. That's the only issue they've really ever raised. That's the only issue they've told us. And in fact, as we promote the program, as we validate the program, so for example, if Villa Park were to take an action to append its city boundaries and the property to this program, we will go through what's called a validation process. And what that means is we will notify the banking industry, will notify Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, FHFA that this city as well as other cities are intending to join the program, to invite comments from them. The only comment we've ever received, now we've done this now over 100 times with FHFA, the only comment we've ever received is the comment I just conveyed to you, that they just want to make sure that if Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae loans are involved in the transfer sale of the property, that the lien be paid off. That's it. And so we're real comfortable with those comments, and so we've sort of taken that direction from the federal agencies, and we've made it very clear in all of our documents and working with our property owners that they're aware that there may be a requirement when the property changes hands for that PACE lien to be paid off. I really don't think it'd be much of an issue here in Villa Park. Property values are very high, and the loans amounts in properties that would transfer would probably be higher than what are typically covered by Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae. So I don't really see it being much of an issue. But as I mentioned, we've met with the General Counsel last year. We'll be back in D.C. again this year, give him and his staff updates with regard to this very matter. We continue to work with congressional members that represent Riverside County. There seems to be some interest in continuing to address that issue head on. And then, quite frankly, what could be the most interesting piece of all this is that there's a lot of discussion at the federal level about whether or not Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae will exist in the near future. So, it's one of those things that you do what you can while you go. I think as a city, that you are constantly implementing programs that are governed by state and federal statute, and that when those state and federal statutes or regulations associated with those change, you react and adjust your program accordingly, and that's exactly what we would do with this program as we move along. So we really think we've very seriously and very comprehensively addressed that issue, and I think that's to a large extent, a reason why we've seen so many cities and counties throughout the state joining the program.
What's the limit on the amount that you can borrow for this?
The limit on the amount is 10% of the property value.
10% of the property value? That's assuming that you have the equity in it,
And
correct?
that's assuming you have the equity. Yeah, the underwriting criteria have actually proven to be quite strong.
There's one thing we were concerned about before also was that fact, and also the fact that this is not something we are condoning. We are allowing this for our city. There's nothing that the city does itself. Is that correct?
Right, that's right. There's no legal liability to the city, and there's no requirement that the city endorse this or partner with us on this. This is really the equivalent of if a city approves a bank in town. It's not necessarily construed as an
Well, you don't
endorsement
want to
of
bring
the bank.
that up, actually, but that
Well, I remember
example.
that issue being talked about before. Pick your land use, but no, it's just a matter of appending the properties in there, and there's no endorsement
And also,
that's required.
the last time, it was mostly for solar and roofing. It was the main issue, but there's many other issues. I think it's on page, 13 or whatever. The eligible improvements is quite a list. Could you go to that
Yeah.
particular slide?
It's
And
one of-
this is where
it's one
I
of the
think a
early
lot
ones.
of people in Villa Park, a significant number, could benefit.
Yeah.
If they have the right mix here.
Yeah, based on this, you're absolutely right, Councilmember. In fact, based on the projects that have been completed in our subregion so far, about 7,200, about 35% of those have been solar. The remainder have been other energy and
It's
water
just
conservation
windows
retrofits.
and
Windows,
tanks
HVAC
and
systems, really
irrigation and-
things that are of a practical nature that homeowners want to improve. In fact, the HERO Program website, which is heroprogram.com, you can go to that website, and there are actually more than 150,000 products that are available for installation.
Another thing too is I notice it's heating and air conditioning both, the ductwork, everything else.
Yeah.
Makes a huge difference. Having houses that are more leak tight, so they don't lose the cooling or the heating that once it's already generated. The other thing too is we want to make sure that our residents don't get in trouble, something that we've approved, or not approved, but allowed. In other words, paying this back through the tax bill. How does that work out exactly? What does it look like?
It ends up being a separate line item on the tax bill, so it's, this is a voluntary arrangement between the property owner, so he or she doesn't do this unless they want to. They typically work, about 80% of the property owners work with the contractors to set all this up, and then Renovate America, who is our residential funding partner, will do all the assistance to help. Ultimately, we work with the county tax collectors. We have agreements with all the county tax collectors for them to actually place the assessment
Including Orange
on
County.
the tax bill, including Orange County. Yes, as I mentioned, about 9 of the cities so far in Orange County are actually underway. They launched just last Monday. And if I could speak to the issue of, worry about the homeowners, one of the things that
Let me ask, so just
Yes, sir.
because it's a point Greg raised, as long as he's still on it, is the homeowner's equity an underwriting criteria, or is it just percentage of home value?
No, it's the equity. We require, is it 10%? 10% equity in the property, as well as being up to date on mortgage payments, property tax payments. You have to be the owner of record. And that criteria applies both to the commercial and the residential
So the
side.
cap is 10% of the property value, and you have to have a 10% equity, so is that before the loan?
Yes,
So you'd loan all the way to full value?
right. Loan all the way to full value. And one of,
That seems a little dangerous to me for some reason.
why
In other words,
so?
full value. In other words, if you only have 10% equity, and then you can borrow the last bit of it.
Well, 10% of the assessed value of the home. Yeah.
Okay.
If you only have 10% equity. If you have less than that, if you have 9%, you're not going to qualify. So there is that trigger point for it. The one thing that,
So the older homes would be in a better position.
well, older homes, yeah, and
Equity.
in Southern California, we deem older homes as being homes that are approximately more than 10 years old, because they're the ones that are, to a certain extent, more energy inefficient than the newer things. Anything that's been built post-2000 with Title 24 and all that, they're pretty energy efficient. But those are also the newer homes are typically ones that don't have the equity built in because of we're still recovering from that recession. But at the same time, those aren't properties that are candidates for a program like this because they're largely energy efficient already.
Okay.
If Fannie and Freddie have not changed their position since the last time you were here, have they? I understand there's the Russ versus Johnson case, but the policy hasn't changed, and the courts have said that they don't have authority to mandate Fannie and Freddie to change that policy. Is that my
The
understanding?
policies never changed since we first heard from Freddie and Fannie back in 2010.
I don't know, council have any questions?
Since the last time you were here and gave a presentation, what exactly has changed? 'Cause I haven't heard anything different.
I think the thing that's changed the most is that the State Pride program is expanding and it's actually been implemented. So I think that's been the biggest change with regard to what occurred, you know, when Barbara and Dustin were here, maybe the first time. I wasn't at that particular meeting.
Could
I
you
came
be
to
a
the
little more
second.
specific how that changes it?
Well, I think that just what it does is it continues what is already a compelling story. So it's continuing the
been
momentum.
growing.
It's growing the program.
Story really hasn't changed any from last time. Maybe just we're understanding it a little more. It's not different, if you will.
I think that's probably a good way of putting it in context. Yes.
I think a lot of it's the emphasis on the different things we talked about, you know, because we've had specific questions that we'd given to Jared, and of course he relayed them to you.
Yes, he has.
And his own as well. So that's what we were worried about, because the last time, as I was explaining to Dustin, we were just kind of, all of a sudden, Brad knew about it, but the rest of us didn't really have enough time to really study it and consider it.
Yeah.
So that's just the way it all worked out. But also, there's a lot of curb appeal to the front of a house and a lot of energy issues as well, and for what this will do. So that's really why I wanted to bring this back to, because that wasn't clear to me last time at all. And so if I'm not clear about something, I'll reject it.
No, there is curb appeal, and one of the counties in Northern California, Sonoma County, has had a program like this in place for several years, and they've got enough of a track record where they're starting to take a look at, you know, the impacts of properties that have made these kinds of improvements versus those that haven't, and they're finding that the resale value is higher. So there's definitely an edge that you recoup this investment in the resale value alone. We've always looked at this program as being extremely beneficial in that property owners will recoup that investment just in utility bill savings. And when you consider that just a few months ago, and here's something that just changed, just a few months ago, San Onofre closed down for good. And San Onofre provides about 20% of the energy supply in Southern California, and there's no plan B that's immediate. And so when we take a look at, you know, future economic growth in Southern California, including Western Riverside County and Orange County, when combined, are going to add 2 million more people and nearly 600,000 or 700,000 more jobs in the future. They need energy. And at this point in time, the best way to provide energy to that economic expansion is to save the energy we've got.
Yeah,
It's a good
that
way
was
to
my
do
other
that.
reason too. So, because when that all came, that was clear it was coming down, no matter what happened to SoCal Ed.
Let me give you a scenario. I have some questions on there, but I have a scenario here of if you're a private person and you want to put solar on your house and you have $20,000 and they damage your roof while they're putting the solar panels on there, you withhold the payment until they finish everything. At this particular point, run me through the process. My application has been approved. I have an approved contractor. I have a $20,000 job. Lien gets put on my home. He puts the solar on my roof, but I have a problem. He broke my pipes, he ruined my house, whatever it might be. What's my recourse? Because now there's a lien on my house.
Yeah, the lien gets put on your home at the very tail end. So I was listening to the system that you're going through, but I think just to clarify, the lien gets put at the very end. So nothing happens as far as payment to the contractor is concerned, or the lien gets put on the property until the property owner signs off that he or she is satisfied with the work that's done. And then after that, if there's an issue that comes up, it's really between the property owner and the contractor, as would be the case with any other scenario where, you know, under a credit card, a home equity loan, anything like that. So this is the financing mechanism. The local governments don't act as an intermediary or have any impact in that. That's between those two.
And I assumed that,
Yes.
but at this point, the gavel is, there's a lien on the home.
Right, right.
Is what it is. Now, this particular program started out as a program to, quite frankly, increase jobs. When I looked at the history of it, that was the purpose of the HERO program, and which it has done. It has done that, and it's been very successful in doing that. I guess one of my major issues with it is that I don't particularly like the government using my home as a financing tool to provide jobs in the market. And so I'm going to just say that right off the bat, because that's an issue that I have. I think liens should be reserved for lawsuits, government. It's a different type of a tool. And it's not necessarily a good financing tool, because you have to have good credit to be able to get it. You can't file bankruptcy. You have to be current. You have to have equity in your home. It is certainly a private matter if somebody wants to do it, but it's not the best. So I acknowledge that also. But I'm not quite seeing still the benefit of it as far as the homeowner goes, because if they have all that, I'm not sure why they would want to have someone put a lien on their home. They can go get a reverse mortgage, even credit card. And I don't mean to say that, but if something goes wrong with their finances, they could file bankruptcy and their credit card debt is gone. Where in this case, it's not gone. So having, home improvements being tied to your home like that is a little bit of an issue for me. Although it is the homeowner's choice, if government won't allow this program unless the city says you can do it. And although we're not authorizing it or condoning it, they do need our blessing to do it. And I'm not sure if I want to allow that tool there, because the governor wanted to increase jobs.
Yeah, well, sorry.
So, not saying it's a bad idea, just those are my concerns.
Anybody else got any?
Rick?
I guess Brad's got something to
Brad?
say first.
Well, if I recall, really the home itself qualifies for the loan kind of more than the homeowner's credit. Of course, they have to be current and all, but their credit scores can be quite low, and this still works with them because the home really qualifies it. That's one of the reasons this is around also. A question I have, and maybe this is, there's been a better ruling on this, but originally when I was exposed to this, I was exposed as if this would be a write-off on your tax bill, that you could actually write this expense off. Then I've heard comments that maybe you can't do that. Has there been any more rulings on that, or any more controversy on that?
Yeah, there haven't been any rulings on it. What we tell people, and this sounds really strange, is, you should talk to your tax advisor on that. We know for sure that the interest on the lien, it can be written off. Now, what most people do is they'll take a look at their entire property tax bill and they'll write that whole thing off. Now, whether or not that's legal, I'm not a tax attorney, so I couldn't tell you.
So,
But the interest is
positively,
certain.
whatever interest you paid on the HERO is
Positively.
definitely a write-off.
Absolutely.
Because it's tied to your home.
Positively.
Same as a HELOC. The interest is a write-off on your home, But the whole number, as you're saying, some tax guys may say, it might work, and they do it, and others don't, or it's kind of one of those things.
That's my impression.
Yeah.
Let me help a little bit with this,
Yeah.
Brad, okay? I think this is something you guys need. That's a significant issue. I think that's something you need to address more directly. My perception is that it absolutely is not legally deductible. The interest on the mortgage loan may be deductible, just as the interest on the HERO loan is deductible, I presume, just as a mortgage loan interest is deductible.
That's exactly what we're saying.
But to deduct the principal amount paid on the HERO loan, are you telling me that that's not a resolved issue?
No, I'm saying what we're certain of is that the interest on the HERO loan is tax deductible.
But the principal repayment, you've implied, instead of answering, I think you've said is that, some people take it, some people don't. And I believe that to be true. However, I believe it also to be true that it is clearly illegal to take that as a deduction on the principal payment.
And I think that's our position as well, very clearly. I'm just kind of.
I just want to be clear on that, because that was a kind of a cryptic answer to say some take it, some don't. The reality is, that's not a legally tax deductible principal payment. The interest may be just as a mortgage loan.
Concur.
Okay, so I just want to
concur.
clarify that.
No, absolutely.
Okay. Any council have any more questions or comments?
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your turn.
When I saw that this was before us again, I went to the February 21st meeting that was hosted by ACCOC to maybe glean some additional information. And Dustin did a great job. That was you, right? And there were very few elected officials that were there, and they had some very good questions that they raised and some very good concerns that they raised. And there were a lot of verbal promises that were made, but you know, that's what salesmen people do. They make verbal promises. For me, I went back to the very beginning. The fact that this is authorized at all under this PACE program started in 2008 with AB 811. So I said, you know what? Let's find out more about that. So that's where I started. I went right back to that to find out who authored it and what their thinking was, and that told me a lot. And then reading the legislative analysis, and I think when you get right into the comments, the very first thing, California is the 12th largest producer of greenhouse gases in the world. Oh my. And we've got, you know, what I consider to be the leaders of progressive liberal thought coming forward with a series of pieces of legislation to address this. But this bill, and we've got all those listed out, this bill proposes to further the public interest by addressing climate change, of course, through energy conservation, right? We've got to address climate change. And it just goes on with a series of buzzwords that are the kind of words that make my antenna go up. And a lot of the things that were said at that briefing, all about stimulus, stimulate, jobs, jobs, jobs. And then I started asking the question about data, because what is the data on how these loans, which are equity-related loans that are being funded by private investors, and then you listed some of those. I think AIG was one of those. Who are the private investors that you listed for me?
No, we don't have any. Our private investors are actually private investors. So they invest into our bond issuance.
Okay. So the question, you were saying that it was so good for the economy, and my question was, you know, how does that, us blessing a specific program, impact traditional financial banking lending institutions? So I went to the banks here in the local area to ask them, you know, their take on it. Their take on it is, it's really not going to float that well for a city of Villa Park because of the nature of the type of residents who live here. So really what you're seeking is the city of Villa Park's name. And you say, well, we're not using your name, we're not using your marketing. But every single briefing that I've been to, you'll have every city that you talked to or that's signed on or that's implemented it. And every time you do that, you try to add a few more names to it so that everyone gets the let's be part of the in crowd. My gosh, we don't want to be left behind. Everybody's doing it. But I happen to know for a fact that there are several cities in Orange County that are very opposed to this program. And then when I look at who voted for this piece of legislation that started this entire ball rolling in 2008, they're not the kinds of folks that I probably would follow, but the types of people who voted against it, were absolutely opposed to it, are those that I consider to be stalwarts of conservative statesman-like governance, policy position setters. Your McClintocks, who was at that time, you know, still in the state legislature as a senator, was opposed to it. Your Hollingsworths, your Cogsdales, your Chuck Duvall's, your Gaines, those are the Silva, Mimi Walters. I mean, when I look at the names that opposed this, it also tells me something about those that really dug deep into it and had staffers with the time to look at the program and really understand what we were signing on to. Since it's doubtful that actual residents in the city of Villa Park will take advantage of this, really what you would be extracting from this council when we said yes is the good use of the name of the city of Villa Park, which carries a lot of weight in Orange County for being leaders in conservative thought. And this is not conservative thought. And I will not be able to support this. Absolutely nothing that's been set before me changes it. If residents want to make their homes more energy efficient in any fashion, there are many avenues available to them. I don't intend to, as a council, bless this one or any others. That was a private issue with a private resident, their private contractor, and well, I have that's all I have to say on it. That's all I have to say.
Any other council comments?
Can I just ask a question of the city attorney? If you go to page A4, and it's under miscellaneous provisions, it's C, and what it says is that the city or authority may withdraw from the amendment with written notice, however, provided, however, there is no outstanding indebtedness of authority within the city. What does that mean? That's okay, if you want to read that line. Okay, look at C, miscellaneous provisions. Okay, and it says, however, there is no outstanding indebtedness of authority within the city. Does that mean if there's one person on the HERO program, we couldn't withdraw from it? If someone's taken out one loan, that's what it sounded like to me.
That's what that sentence means.
Okay. So if we get one person who takes out one loan at 20 years, we're in debt, we cannot get out of this program for 20 years. If he takes 20 years to pay it off.
I don't think
I
that's
was
the
so
case.
focused on the history of how
I'm
we
just
got
reading
here.
the words, and that's, that was a very powerful sentence.
Oh, well.
From a city standpoint.
We
So,
got it.
okay, I'm just doing my fiduciary duty here
You
from the city,
absolutely
that's all.
are.
Actually, you know what,
Sorry.
I jumped the gun here too. I probably should have asked, if we had any further, were you?
Now that I had the city attorney
Well, that's
answer
okay.
me.
I think it's a 30-day opt-out clause on that, and we can certainly, look into that more, but I think that the city is in as long as it wants to be in and wants to get out. If it needs to get out, it
You have some
it
experts
gets out.
with you, Mike, can we,
Yeah,
let's-
certainly could.
let's hear
Yeah,
it.
I'd like to know that.
That's a big one.
I'll step aside. I'd love to address some of
I'm
the
sorry, yeah,
comments that you
that's-
guys have made, but I'll certainly let others speak.
I wanted to, this is Bob Jordan, 9851 Center Drive. I wanted to, as a resident and as somebody that's in the industry, I wanted to address a couple of things that you said. Deborah, I mean, everybody understands where you stand. You're very vocal about your positions. This isn't really a partisan thing. This is people in the city who've asked me for the program.
You're
So
a
that's-
contractor that delivers the end product. Is that what I understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So as a solar builder, I'm also a Building Performance Institute certified builder. So I understand the value of all these things. I think you know my politics. So, well, we've had conversations. Anyway, my politics, I'm a conservative.
This isn't about politics. This is
It
about
isn't.
policy positions
I know,
and
but
the
you're
philosophy
making it-
from whence they
You're
come.
making it about politics.
No, I'm not. I'm making it about policy positions and the philosophy that drives those policy positions.
But that's not what's before you.
Okay, guys, we're gonna have an argument here.
Okay.
Bob, if you wanna go ahead and make a statement, go ahead and make the
Well,
statement.
he's
and then-
making
and we'll- and I
accusations
think
about
we
me,
move
so
on.
I
Yeah.
get to respond to
No,
those.
I was responding to your accusations.
I
about
said
the
nothing
people
about
that-
you.
About
Look,
the
look,
people
look,
who
guys.
put
Hey, come
forward.
on, come on. Bob, if you want to, Deborah, please let
I
him
will-
speak,
I will let
okay?
him
Bob,
speak.
go ahead and.
So
say what
my
you mean.
point, and the reason that I like the program, I agree with most of you that I don't believe too many people in the city of Villa Park are gonna be interested in it, okay? But if 1 or 5 or 10 would like to have the option to finance their improvement through this program, I don't think that it's any of our business to say that they can or they can't. It's just not city business. It's an individual property owner that has that responsibility. Greg, you mentioned whether or not somebody could get themselves into trouble with this. Personal responsibility, Deanna brought it up too, somebody could default on a credit card. I don't agree with giving people avenue to default. So whether or not they get a home equity loan or any other kind of a property-tied loan, there's a lien on their property. So if they if they default, no matter what it is that they're doing, if they get a HELOC and go out and buy a big old boat, and then they default, then they're just not responsible people. What I've found in this industry is that most people that invest in their home to make the home more efficient are doing it because they believe in making their home more efficient and making it more comfortable for them to live in and reducing the expenses of their regular bill. I talk to people in this city who have $2,500 a month electric bills. Those people need to do something. And they ask me, how do they do that? How do they finance that? So I'm not a finance guy. I'm a builder. So I point them, and I tell most of them, if you've got a home equity line, that's actually probably your best route, but they have to be personally financially responsible in the decisions that they're making. Somebody that's got, 5% equity in their home doesn't go out and borrow to the hilt to make a home improvement. Those people might go buy a boat, but they're not going to invest in their property. People that invest in their property to make an improvement, to make their house more efficient and more comfortable, are staying in their house. The words I hear from people, I'm going to die in this house. So I just wanted to comment on that. I don't think we need to drift into personal responsibility. That is the individual's responsibility. Rick, on the tax question, I agree with you entirely. When somebody asks me, I tell them, talk to your tax guy. As far as I know, that's illegal. I don't even dance around it. I don't say, well, some people do, some people don't. I think it's illegal. Talk to your tax guy. But that, again, personal responsibility. People cheat on their taxes. People default on their loans. But that's not my business. It's not for me to tell them that they can or they can't. So anyway, those are my comments.
Bob, if I can say, I agree with you, personal responsibility. Unfortunately, here, they've asked for our permission in the city. And that's where the problem is that they need our permission to be able to put this program in it. And so when I read a line, which I'm sure you didn't see this line either, of what what I just found, it's concerning from this standpoint. If I was sitting over there, sure, I have no problem with it. It's my responsibility. But when we have to sign and according to this right now, indebt this city for the next 20 years, we need to just make sure that
I don't interpret it that way. I'm not an attorney.
Sure.
There's two of them in the room that I know of.
And the fact that they do need the city's permission is huge.
They can explain the reason why the city has to allow this to happen or not.
Yeah, and I understand it. They did a good job with it, and I've read it too. And that's, I think, what I'm toying with the most.
Any other,
I just want to say that I absolutely agree with you, Mr. Jordan. When you said specifically this is not the city's business, I absolutely agree with you. This is not the city's business. Unfortunately, the way this has been written, the way the legislature has written this piece of legislation, it's made it the city's business. It's made securing this type of loan the city's business, and it shouldn't be.
any other, Brad?
Mayor.
Just a few comments. For me, I wouldn't use this program in my situation because I could find cheaper money. However, that's not to say that we don't have some folks in the city that this program does make sense for. I'm a firm believer in people making their own decisions, and I've always said ever since I saw this program, this is just another tool in the toolbox they can use as a financing tool. If they choose to use it, it's their decision. Again, I wouldn't use it for my situation, but you know, there's a lot of benefits to it. I agree with what all the council members mentioned tonight. So for the sole reason that I don't feel I should preclude a person from making their own decision on their home, they can make any financial decision on their home. If they, like you had mentioned, Mr. Jordan, if they borrow on a HELOC, which is cheap money, it's still a lien on their home. They're responsible for it. It's the same boogie. So there's no change there. But so for that reason, and I remember researching this in the past, the city's not on the hook for anything by agreeing to this. We're not liable for anything. All we do is give a resident another tool in their toolbox that they can choose to use or not use. The words in the past were, well, we're endorsing this. Yeah, I don't feel it's an endorsement. I have one other question, and Jared, I would ask, I see the recommendation from staff, and I'm just curious why staff is recommending adoption. I mean, obviously, before we did this, it was a 4-to-1 vote. It appears not much has changed. How about nothing? So I just gotta ask, why is staff recommending it? I mean, I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just curious. I'm just,
You know, it's tough. I'm torn. I'm of the same opinion where I'm not here to make the financial decision of the homeowner.
okay.
Well,
So
in
that's
short,
pretty
that's
much
what it
your
boils
thoughts
down
on
to.
it, yeah.
We went
Okay.
through this. And
Yeah.
I think there's a misunderstanding. You know, for whatever reason, it's my understanding that staff really isn't recommending this. It came out that way, but correct me if I'm wrong, Jared, there really is no staff recommendation. It somehow got written up that way. Is that correct?
It got written up that
Way. This is a policy matter handled by the city council. You ultimately get to choose. I'm of the personal opinion, would I use the program? No. It would, if I was in dire straits, or if, I don't know, if it was an option, yeah, I mean, I'd consider it. Would I use it? No,
I'm gonna
not for my
support
personal
the
residence.
program myself, like I did last time, but it's just like, if my neighbor down the street's 4 houses down goes and buys a brand new Beamer for $100,000, wow, how cool is that? I wouldn't do it because I can't afford it, but you know, better off to him, it's his own decision. I don't make his financial decisions. So therefore, I'm gonna support the program for that reason. There are some folks that this program does fit, so I don't wanna take away this tool out of their toolbox. That's my comments.
Megan, can you elaborate on that provision?
On the provision that you pointed out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because our decision will, any decision in a positive manner up here will tie the city for a long period of time. I just want to
Right.
go over that.
I mean, that provision.
According to the way it's written.
Mr. Mayor?
As it's written right now, it says that basically the city can withdraw from the JPA amendment with adequate notice. It says 6 months. But the qualifying language is that it can't do so if there is outstanding indebtedness of the authority within the city. So, and so my understanding would be that if there is an outstanding loan, that the city is locked
Within
in-
the city limits.
Within the city limits. The
But
city is
what's our
locked into-
liability?
So
I mean,
why hasn't this question ever come up before?
Liability,
Right.
but we
This is
can't-
weird.
But at future councils, we are, well,
As that's a valid point. The JPA, when we've looked at this before, there aren't really legal concerns that we've had really advised on. Really, there have been financial concerns that a lot of cities have considered. And so, I mean, I'm your legal counsel, not your financial expert, but I mean, sort of the Freddie Fannie issue hasn't really been adequately addressed. There's still this priority lien status problem. Freddie and Fannie's conservator has dubbed these loans risky assets, and so they're not lending to, because of the lien status, they're not lending to properties that have these liens on the property. There are financial concerns relating to the types, the types of loans that are being issued. And I think sort of as Councilmember Reese said, there are probably better loans out there. So who are the people that are getting these loans then is sort of the concern. But from a city perspective, you're being asked to allow this program to operate within the city. As a legal matter, there's really nothing to worry about from joining the JPA. From a financial matter, from a policy matter, that's up to you guys, and those concerns have been raised, and there are, I think you guys have all addressed sort of the upsides and downsides to the program.
Thank you. Okay, this is kind of turning into a free fall. I got multiple people at the podium. I got all council in it. So let's see if we can bring a little order back to it.
I just wanted to respond to two things. The Freddie Fannie thing, it's a subordination thing, okay? So from a standpoint of if you want to get a new loan, they're going to require you to pay off that debt. Just like in any other kind of financing scenario that you have, they look at your financial situation, and the lender then decides that you've got more debt than they want to deal with, and they make you pay it off. If you sell the property, they're not going to they're not going to let somebody assume the loan. So those are really, they're non-issues. They don't make it, they're no different than any other lending scenario. And I did want to address the question about there are better loans out there for people. there's also a lot worse loans out there for people. And if people don't have access to this method, then they choose to make a bad financial decision, then they'll go with the bad scenario because that's what their options are. I'm not going to push somebody into buying something that they can't afford or whatever. I don't do business that way. But there's plenty of people out there that do, and they'll walk that deal right in. I have access to those kinds of loans and lenders, but I don't bring them to people. So I saw this as viable to a certain level of clientele. I had people ask me for it. That's why I'm in favor of it. If I thought it was predatory, I wouldn't support it either. So I just wanted to bring up the bad side of predatory lenders as well.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, if you want to make a closing comment or something, be my guest, but we need to move this on.
Just one last thing, with your council, the issue that your council raised, it's not our interpretation. We believe that a city opts in and they stay in as long as they want. If that's an issue, and it certainly seems to be an issue, we'd be more than happy to have our council work to remove or modify that language to the satisfaction of the city. I understand exactly what you're saying. You know, on the one hand, we're saying, you know, you can opt out. On the other hand, it looks like there's this linkage to up to 20 years if there's an outstanding. I think what that deals with is the opt-out would occur after any pending loans get through the process and are completed, but we certainly would be happy to clarify that.
I don't know that you could do that. It may be a statutory requirement that you can't terminate it while it's in the midst of loans, but be that as it may, thank you for the offer. And
I think we can, but yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
so.
Is it merely just the fact that you can't, once we opt out, no more loans can be written?
Yeah, once we opt out, once you opt out, then anything that's in process will be completed, and then that stops. So the opt-out is no new applications, any pending applications would
That's by
probably
your
be processed, and
interpretation.
that's it.
Okay, I understand.
Yes.
All right. These are the kind of things we wanted to flesh out.
Sure.
This is because it wasn't clear last time by any stretch. It was a horrible presentation because it didn't answer anything really. That was a bad thing about it. But this is much more clear. But now we've raised a few more issues.
Sure.
So
hopefully that addresses that one.
I think I'm out of questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, any council have any comments here?
You know, one thing Mr. Jordan raised is true. If you say that you do get a HELOC on your home for a home improvement item or whatever you're going to get, if you get any other loan, you have to take that loan out. That second goes away. You have to pay it off. There's no difference on that.
Well, there is some issues, and I don't want to beat this to death either, Brad,
Yeah.
but there are issues. For example, the financing limits on this, you can take it all the way up to 100% financing, okay? Now, when you try and refinance and you have to pay that off,
Well,
good
it'd
luck.
be 90%.
Good-
So gotta have
It'd be
10.
90, it'd be 100% financing. So
Well, you
you
have to
could
have
take it all the
10%
way to
equity.
100%, then when you try and refi, you got a real pickle, because this is not conventional finance.
Yeah.
This is creative financing.
it's
But the big issue is that our name is not attached to that. The city
Yeah.
of Villa Park's good name is not attached to that, and a council that's supposed to be representing the people hasn't blessed it. You know, yeah, people can take out an even worse loan. You're absolutely right, but we're not attached to it as a council, and we haven't lent our good name, the city's good name, to a program like this. That's it.
Anybody else have comments?
No, I'm going to go with Brad though.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Well, I've got a couple of comments. I just want to make a couple.
Right.
Brad, you made a comment about another tool, because I'm a very liberal guy. I like government out of everything I can get them out of. The problem with this one in my mind is that you're bringing government into it, and the lender is asking government to come in and condone or bless creative financing. And to some extent, although it's not as bad, it reminds me of the stated income loans, and look what that did. To me, this is clearly creative financing, and the city is condoning it by enacting it and permitting it. The second comment I have is, if Bob were every contractor out there, frankly, I'd have less trouble with this program. Bob is not every contractor out there, and there will be predatory practices on this. There will be elderly people taken advantage of that probably don't qualify for loans to get these deals done. There will be salesmen running around, and to me, that's a fact of life. And to offset the tool in the shed, I have to balance it against the exploitation, and I got real problems with that, and that's a concern I have that I brought up last time. It taints the property financing because of the limits you can go to. Fannie and Freddie don't allow anything when it's in place. You've got the high limits. So I understand there may be a situation where this would be beneficial, but I think there'll be more abuse and taint with people exploiting people because of the easy financing. Bob made a comment about, I know people with $2,500 electric bills in Villa Park need to get this done. Well, my response to that is if you have a $2,500 a month electric bill, you sure don't need hero financing, okay? So, you know, when you put it all together, I understand both sides of this scenario. I hate to deprive anybody of anything, but in this case, I don't see that I'm really depriving them, but I have to condone this package, and I just don't think it makes sense because I feel, and particularly in the city of Villa Park, that there's more potential to have a salesman exploit somebody on this and put him in a kind of a nasty, irregular, creative financing situation than there is benefits for the few that may legitimately want to use it and pay a little more interest to get the loan. So for that reason, that's the same rationale I had last time. Nothing has changed since the last vote. I was lobbied to bring this back before the council, and before I did it, I went to the web and I read up on it, and I discovered that, as best I could tell, there had been no change in position, and therefore I saw no reason to change my position. That was confirmed today. You know, I read on here on the top of the second to last page that Fannie and Freddie haven't taken, you know, they're in the same position. So really nothing has changed. My same concerns are here, the same balance of interests. So with that in mind, unless someone else has a comments, I'm going to move that we move the item.
I have one final comment. I guess I hear everything you say, and I understand that, Rick, but you mentioned you don't like government intervention, and I agree with that. But you could do the reciprocal of that, where by us saying no to it, we, the government, have just told the residents they don't have that tool.
No,
it kind of goes both ways.
Well, except I disagree with you, because what you're doing is you're opening the door for private lenders to come in and utilize the government property tax system to exploit this program. This is not government staying out of it. This is government granting a blessing or a priority for this financing group to come in and to step into government privileges and then send private salesmen out to exploit that. That's very unusual, and it requires government action. You know, to me, that's why I don't want to do it. If this could be done privately, do what you're going to do, because the private sector would work all this out. They would make sure that the financing was legit, blah, 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 blah. This is different. The government's given you permission to slide into the first position property tax in front of a first mortgage. That can't be done in the private sector. This is government policy application to financing, okay? It's not private sector. Private sector, fine. Private sector, you would never have had the stated income loan problem if you had left it to the private sector. Those banks would never have made those stated income loans. They made them because Fannie agreed to buy those loans. So they went out and sold a bunch of garbage and almost broke the banking system. I don't expect this program to do that, but it's the same thing. The government is granting them a property tax priority for 100% loan. No private sector bank would do that, okay? We are giving them the ability to exploit unavailable private sector financing by making it statutory and asking the government to bless it. That's what I won't do. If this is private sector, be my guest, but they wouldn't be here because no one would do it. No bank would finance it.
And the fact that they've actually forced us into, purposefully forced cities to get involved in the middle of this. They put us between a rock and a hard place. This program does that to us. It forces government to get involved, and that is absolutely wrong. I would like to make a motion that we reject resolution number. Can't we just?
Deborah, I'd like to make one more
comment. We're going to be here forever.
Before we move on here.
All right.
The other reason, maybe I should, I think I already asked this, I think at the last meeting. My recollection is that some of our city associations are receiving a piece of the revenue from this as a commission.
Some of the
Those
cities
same
are
agencies that
partnering.
are city agencies, associations that are endorsing it.
They're
So
co-branding with
that's-
cities at the permitting desk.
That's a major
my
conflict for me, so I have a problem with that as well. So go ahead, Deborah.
Can I make my motion?
Go ahead.
I would like to make the motion that we reject resolution number 2014-3271, disapproving this
I would
program.
second.
Motion is to not join the California Hero Program. Councilwoman Pauly.
Yes.
Mayor Barnett,
Yes.
Councilman Reese.
Well, Mayor Barnett made some very good points. I already know the way this is gonna go, so I'm gonna go ahead and agree and just be unanimous and go yes.
Councilman Mills,
No.
Oh, I was wrong.
Mayor Pro Tem Fasenelli.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
It's funny.
Same vote we had last time.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I mean,
It just flipped a little tiny
I
bit.
don't like to impair any business
Now, you made a
issues,
good
but-
point. You
but
made a
this
good
is
point.
not- This is not business.
I think we're done with
This
this.
is
I think we're
business
done. Let's go on.
I
utilizing
hope
government.
it doesn't
Sorry,
come back
guys.
before us again.
Yeah, you made a good point, Rick. You did.
All right. On to,
Item 6.
That was a lot
Back
of
to
drama on
item
that one.
6.
Jeez.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my golly.
hope Bob doesn't refuse to have a beer
If
with me
I
next
can
time.
say something, I think
He
that
won't be
we all
buying
did
you a
our
beer,
homework.
Rick.
We all, this council all did,
Or me
did our
now,
homework on here,
right?
so.
Okay, oh, this is, I guess
What
we're back to
number?
item 9,
No, item 6.
is it item 6?
The business license program.
Oh, my God.
Another fun one.
Yeah, this will be entertaining.
Yeah.
Brought the sleeping bags,
Well,
I
we
guess.
moved this other thing forward.
You know,
Now it's already 10.
We can move this
Oh
to
my
next
gosh,
month.
is it 10 o'clock? Oh,
You and I
no.
have lost our bets on that. Just by a little bit.
Should've took that over.
Jeez.
This is
you know,
important.
I'm hopeful we can move this. It just,
I can
item 6, matter concerning the city business license program. Jared, you want to give us the report on that?
Would you like me to give you a report, or just want to open up for questions? There's no one in attendance, unfortunately. We're just looking for council direction with regard to the business license program. A couple months ago in December, we were authorized to enter into a contract with Helpline Community. We've since drafted the contract, but we haven't signed on the dotted line. We're not in a contract. And then at the last meeting, when we were adjusting the business license fees, we were asked to, develop essentially a new program to become a more business-friendly community. So licenses here in Villa Park, you're essentially charged 3 fees. The dollar fee mandated by the state, our business license administrative fee, which was just enacted maybe 4 years ago.
Exactly.
And that right now is at $49, plus the tax. The tax is whether or not your business is located inside the city or outside the city. And if you're located inside the city, there's 2 subframes where you can essentially be charged a tax, gross receipts or retail sales. The cheapest business license in Villa Park is $75, and the most expensive is, I believe, Ralph's at 1900, at around 1900, because they're on retail sales. But Ralph's is by far the most expensive. They skew the scale on this one. Right now, and if you do choose to restructure the program, my suggestion is to make it 1 fee. Either a flat fee, a fee based on gross receipts, something simple that's charged to everyone located either inside the city and outside the city. Just makes it easier for processing, makes it easier for any one of us picking up the telephone call. Hey, I'm a contractor. What's my fee? And we just go to their line item, and it's $25, it's $40, it's $50. At this time, we're just looking for some direction from you. Do you want to eliminate the fee altogether? Do you want to eliminate one fee, not the other? I believe we do have to charge the state dollar fee on every business license. So if we didn't have a business license, then
We wouldn't have to send that dollar.
we wouldn't
up
have to send
the-
that dollar fee anymore.
Well, yeah, a registration fee or anything as a tax now is defined by our Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. So it doesn't matter what we call it, anything time we get hold of money, it's a tax. So that's the way that works.
I have a suggestion here. I'm hopeful it'll be broadly accepted, and maybe I can take some time off this. But my thought is that, consistent with Jared's approach, that maybe we come up with a fairly conservative, palatable 2-step fee, maybe $50 for one group, and when it's a big enough item, it's $100. And we exempt housekeepers and gardeners and out of the city domestic assistance. Let Jared come up with a proposal reasonably within those confines and come back to us and let us look at it. That's my thought.
I can support that. I feel the same way.
Okay. Okay, I've got just a couple of things to say
So-
about
so
this.
do I, when
This
you're
is the
done.
very first time since 1976 that we've even looked at or reviewed the business license policy in the city. That's kind of saying something. That's really not good. And if it hadn't been for, and I'm glad you brought it up, this administrative fee that was enacted, yes, while I was on the council, and I was very much upset and opposed to that, because the only reason there's this administrative burden is because of the business license itself or the business license policy. And in my thinking, this is how government grows. We've got to have a permit, we've got to have a license, we've got to have a fee. We get that in place. Once that gets in place, you bring somebody in. And this was when we had, I think it was when we had one of our interim city managers going through and trying to figure out how to extract even more, blood from the, business community, and came up with this administrative fee that rolled in every possible overhead component he could come up with. We had to turn the lights on today. How many quarters of a cent was that worth? Literally. And huh?
Him flicking the switch, right?
I'm serious. I'm serious. And that right there is disturbing to me. I think that if you can come up with something that's streamlined, like what you're discussing or what's being proposed here, that is wonderful. And if it is streamlined in such a way that you can do away with the administrative fee, because it isn't a burden anymore, then that's what we should do. But I do consider that to be more business friendly. And as you have and encourage businesses to be here, don't we get a percentage of their sales tax? We just found we get a percentage of the sales tax. So encouraging them to be here helps people establish businesses here, even if they're home-based businesses. And that money gets directed into the coffers. And I think we end up gaining from it more than we lose from it. We're in great financial shape. All you have to do is look at this. At what point is it become government greed? That is my issue. So I'm in agreement with that. I would like to see the administrative fee also just disappear.
That was
I agree.
what I contemplated, a single two-step fee based on size, and that's it.
I wasn't sure if you threw in the administrative fee that.
No, as Jared had said, simple. None of this complexity. Just
I like simple. Simple's good.
They could almost do this online. Just to say, because all we're trying to do is find out the businesses that are here. That's really all we want to know. We don't want to take your time up at the counter with it.
I mean, Bethany processes our business license here. Unfortunately, we've looked at accepting them online. However, we don't
They all
accept
come in
credit card
anyway.
payments.
Okay, well, there's that, and then what kind of businesses do you? I mean, it's only going to be the sales tax if they're selling something. Now, I have one issue about people that run, we'll say, for lack of a better term, Amway out of their house. There's a lot of trucks. How's that handled? That's the only one that I can think of that's kind of strange.
Every home-based business is required to abide by our home-based business requirements. You can't increase vehicular traffic to and from your house. You can't operate a sales facility outside of your garage. I'm sure it happens. I can guarantee you it happens. There are therapists who probably live in the city, and customers or clients do go to their house, but it's not increasing the same traffic that Rockwell's, for example, would have. It might be one car, and that's how it goes unnoticed in our community. But there's no doubt.
So basically, when it's noticed and there's a complaint, then we do something about it.
We address it
That's easy.
through.
That's the easiest way to do it.
Our business license revenue, I believe the second sentence of the municipal code is, it's strictly for revenue purposes.
Right.
the people you're talking about, Greg, are the people, we contracted with a company to find those based businesses, not
Yeah.
to find roaming housekeepers.
Okay.
Anybody else have any?
Can I just,
Yeah, I have
I'm
a
sorry,
comment.
can I just add one other thing? Because, as this came out, aside from when Mr. Patterson was here, I was stunned. Here he is, he runs a construction company. I think his offices are actually out of his home, even though he doesn't do the business from here. Is that true? Yes. But he has to have business licenses from like 20, 25 cities in order to run his business. But he also has other licenses. As people were talking to me, and I did not realize this, and I wonder if we can look at this, the hair salons that are here, some of the stylists they work, for the salon. Okay. Some of the stylists are independent contractors. We charge the independent contractors a business license just the same as we charge the entire salon a license. Why is that?
Well,
Why
they're
do-
liable, though. I mean, they are independent.
Business people.
Yeah.
That's legit.
That's,
Otherwise, they can become an
they're
employee.
1099.
Sales tax on it either.
Yep, there is no sales tax that we're generating out of that. All we're getting out of them is their $50, and if it's just $50 flat, I guess it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, they typically fall under the lesser category between 0 and 25,000. So right now it's around $75.
They get tax benefits for being independent contractors too.
But they're already licensed. They're already licensed by the state. They pay like $95 every 2 years to be licensed by the state, and there's actually some sort of standard that's set for them. And from what I understand, this is the first city that many of them have worked in where that's been the case. So I'm wondering, is that right?
Orange
is that
charges
fair?
that. Every
Does it, you know what? Just because somebody else does it doesn't mean that it's okay. In my
Oh,
mind,
yeah.
why are they not allowed to be under the umbrella of the hosting business?
Because they don't want, the hosting business doesn't want it, is really most of it. That's why. They don't work for them, they're not employees.
Cheaper,
But if I
workers'
can,
comp,
if I can make a
benefits.
comment here. We have not, as I have been corrected, we have not entered into this contract with this company yet to go searching for these businesses, which I have to say right now, I don't think we should. That this is just a recommendation I have, that we cancel that because it's come with negativeness from the community and the businesses. I don't think it was a great decision. I asked if we could cancel it without any penalty. He says yes. My second suggestion with it is to just go back to exactly there. We had no complaints from businesses about how our business our business license was structured. We had town hall meetings. We have Greg and I have talked extensively with the tenants within this community in the last year, and not one person complained about that. So I'm not quite sure. I think we've kind of entered into this web where we didn't have to go. So I might have two different issues here. One, cancel this contract, and second, just keep it where it is, but I'd like to throw that out on the table. And if we can only resolve one tonight, great, but one's better than none.
Yeah, we can't resolve both because the
Okay.
other one's not agendized, but
There you go.
at least that would be my.
It's
But I
wrapped
would-
up into the
but-
same.
But I would certainly agree with you, although I still think we need to look at this, and I think we need to simplify it, and think we need to get rid of the administrative fee that's only been in place 4 years, and it's just wrong.
I don't disagree. So,
Can't-
Brad, you want to make any
No,
comments
I'm
on
in
that?
agreement with that
Okay,
too.
so Jared, I don't think we need a motion, you tell me. You know, there seems to be a consensus to what we'd like to see, and I think the advice is gonna be that it goes back to staff, for you guys to take a look at it with those parameters, make a suggestion, maybe put something together we can take a peek at in terms of the business license issue. I mean, we could just as well have left it alone and put the exemption for housekeepers, but you made the suggestion that it would be advantageous to simplify it. I liked it. So if you could come up with something and present it to us, I think that would make sense. And on the other issue of that contract that we negotiated for the internet group to search out the businesses, frankly, I mean, there's a good side to that, and that is to look for significant businesses in here that are resident and just going undercover and maybe turning a lot of dollars. But the pushback we got from the public was because it looked like we were gonna go dig out everybody's gardeners and housekeepers.
and
That's where
pool-
all the
yeah,
pushback came
pool
from.
people,
And I
yeah.
think we clearly want to exempt that, even though we don't collect it anyway as a practical matter. We don't want to turn everybody into criminals.
Yeah, I
So-
agree with that.
So we carve an exception for that, but I don't know that we want necessarily, maybe we just revisit it. I don't know that we want to terminate the relationship with that company, but certainly the way that contract was written, we probably don't want it after what we've seen. So seems to me, if we're going to carry on with them, the scope should be narrowed to the target group we're looking for. And if we can do that, fine. They may not want to do it on that basis, and we may not even have an offer of a contract. So my personal thought is, for council's input here, is that if we do revisit the search engine to find the concealed in-town businesses, that we narrow the scope to significant in-town businesses that make sense to pursue. And if we can employ these people on some mutually acceptable basis for that, fine. If not, maybe we have to just eliminate that contract, and that's what I'd be looking at. And I don't know if anybody else. got
I'm
input on it.
wondering, though, if once we change the way our business licenses are required or not, right?
That's not for, was that for?
These are only for business, aren't these only for licensed businesses? Yes, that's what this is
for the
about,
sa- this-
correct?
Is this not a sales tax issue too? Does it flow into sales tax
No.
or no?
No, it's all about hunting people down for their business license.
It may not be worth, it may
It's
not
so
be worth the
negative, I
cost.
think we just,
I think we just drop it.
that contract should just
It's
be
my
dropped.
recommendation at this point.
Yeah.
But once, yeah,
We'll go on everyone's honor. You know, we'll find the businesses that we can who are ran out of their house, and we'll just, you know, maintain the practice we've had for the last 40 years.
Forever.
I mean,
think that's
the
good.
public has made us aware when there's an issue. We don't
Absolutely.
go looking for code
Absolutely.
enforcement. We don't go looking for illegal businesses. It comes to us.
It rears its own
that's
head.
exactly
Yes, it
right.
does.
Nobody's gonna live next to, we've had all kinds of things that have come before us. Somebody that's doing, you know, home auto repairs out of their garage. People that are running construction companies out of their home where people are showing up, you know, at 7 a.m. to get their
Dispatching
sign
of vehicles, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So, you know, they come to us. We don't need that policing. That's
So
what
how do
we,
we do
that we
that?
don't need that.
And that is addressed through our just our residential zoning code. That's not
Exactly.
even handled through the business license.
I still think that
So-
getting rid of the administrative fee, and the only way to do that is to simplify and update our business license.
Can we how do we handle do we have to come back
I
to
think we
tell,
do.
no, to tell you?
Megan?
There's two
Okay,
different
hang on,
issues.
gang, we're getting,
We gotta, let's
I'm
dispense
letting it
with
get
this
out of
first.
control. We got 3 or 4 people talking at the same time. Let's just take this one item at a time, okay? So
We're dispensing with this.
we've got the business license issue. Unless I misunderstood, it seemed like everybody was on board
Correct.
to let staff come back to us with a proposal on a simplified structure.
Yes.
Yes.
Are there certain with that? Are there certain businesses you want to exempt? Do you want to exempt the pool cleaners, the gardeners, and
I-
the?
I do.
I
think
would
it's
like to see you
ridiculous.
come
I
back
wouldn't-
with a proposal to exempt the out of city
One-timer,
small
small guys, yeah.
domestic household aid people, however you want to define that.
I like the gardeners having,
Gardener.
having a license. I'm sorry, every day must be 100 gardeners in this city.
Hmm?
I'm good with them having a license. I'm okay with that.
I honestly, to tell you the truth, my gardener considers a source of pride that he has a Villa Park City business.
They actually do.
Honestly, he does. He's
If they
proud
have
of
a
it.
license, it absolutely is a source of pride because they'll market it. They'll go door to door, and I have a Villa Park business license. Hire me over.
Isn't it? It's crazy. It's
How,
crazy.
how about housekeepers? Can we just, I mean, house cleaners
We
are.
should definitely exempt them.
Why
if
exempt
nothing
anybody?
else,
If they come in
housekeepers.
and pay for it, that's fine.
I mean,
Leave it
they're-
alone.
I'm not out
Leave
there
it
seeking
alone.
house
I think
cleaners.
Well, as soon
do
as you
it
started
because-
hunting people down,
Leave it alone. And if
It's
someone
always been there, and
complains,
they still don't come
I
in.
understand that. I just hate to.
But we're
well, I
making them
guess we
break the law. We're
terminated
making
the
it too
other
Kind of
people.
making them break the law.
I mean,
make
that's the
them in.
problem. Number one, we're turning them into criminals. The other issue that stirred this was our searching with the
busting the law.
computer entity, okay? And we're probably going to kill that, is my guess.
Yes.
So maybe this isn't as big a deal, but if we are going to simplify it, I really think the housekeepers. I hate to require them to get a business license. It just mandates creating illegals.
I would just leave it alone. If someone complains and turns them in, great.
Yep.
I mean, that's how it's always been. Why are we segregating these people? We're pulling housekeepers. We shouldn't do that.
It's just such a
If I live next door to someone who,
low-paying-
if I live next door to someone who has 8 housekeepers, I'm gonna have an issue with it.
Yeah.
If I live next
you
door to someone who
bring it
comes in
up.
every 3 weeks, I don't have an issue with
Right.
it.
Well, you know what maybe we ought to do? Maybe we ought to just take a vote on whether or not we want to carve out exemption for some limited form of domestic help and find out a yes or no on that with council, and then we can move on from there. So we could probably just do that you want to just do a voice vote on whether,
it's just for direction
For a sense of
purposes.
counsel.
Where
Yeah.
are we?
List right now is direction. So what I can do is I'll look to modify it after a flat fee, one structure for all businesses inside or out.
well, maybe a couple, bigger business might pay a little more.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I'll list contractors. I mean, I'll highlight retail sales here in the center and the professional services in the center, home-based businesses within a certain threshold.
Yeah.
We'll list those. I'll work on it over the next month, and then when we bring it back at the city council meeting, if we have to go line by line, business by business, and take a vote for each, then we will. But I'll simplify it from our.
You'll group them. You'll group them.
Yeah,
So
is
hopefully the groups will make sense.
best as possible.
I was thinking you could base it more on, volume and
Oh my
dollar
gosh.
value, where the
my
little guy
gosh.
gets a
That's
small.
difficult. Honestly, I've had contractors who live in the city based off the gross receipts, who claim they've made $14,000 the prior year. If you made $14,000 a year, you cannot afford to live in Villa Park. I'm sorry.
Wow.
So you can't trust them.
So you think it's better to do it by category?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well,
Gross receipts is just difficult. Then they sign an affidavit. Then you trust them. Then you not. Just one flat fee for a business, and we'll call it a day.
Big businesses, little businesses, and no administrative fee. Boom, it's done.
I mean, that's fine, that's fine for you to bring back to us. So the only issue is, do we want to decide now or then whether we want to have some domestic servant exemption? That's the question.
We'll
When we
decide
make
then.
our final decision.
We'll decide then, and based off the direction I've received and heard tonight, I won't sign a contract with HMC, and I'll send them a
That's
termination letter or a friendly letter. And
Here's what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned that if we don't tell you about the exemption, you're then going to have to waste time drafting some version of exemption to present to us next time. If in fact it's the sense of council that we don't want to fool with that and we just want to let these people ignore and not enforce, which is what will happen, then we tell you now, you don't have to deal with the exemption issue and you can just write it without it.
I wouldn't even list it. If you go to page 6 of the staff report right now, I'd honestly just spell out the businesses, and we can take them line by line. Contractor, do you want to charge a contractor a $50 fee? Yes or
Yes.
no?
Yes.
Delivery vehicles. This is going to be everyone delivering to Rouse and Rockwell's. Do you want
God's
to charge them a fee?
No.
House cleaners. Do you want to charge them a fee? Yes or no?
No.
We move on.
How about Molly Maid, who comes in and does, 100 homes a day?
No,
You have corporations who come in who are housekeepers, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
there's
and
a
that's what
huge
we will vote on
I
at
mean,
the
I'm not
next
trying
meeting.
to throw a wrench in there, but that's a big
You're
one.
right, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So let's do this
Sorry.
then. You come back and we'll deal with it next time. It's getting late
We
anyway.
can signify franchised cleaners as opposed to your independent.
Oh, let's
That's
just
fine.
not-
So, on,
Correction will come back in March.
so on item 6,
That's my issue. That's my
Before
point.
we move
on
on.
item 6, then I move that we table item 6 with instruction to council to come back and present us.
It's not tabled. We've given him his instruction. He's going to bring it back.
Directions
I was
received.
gonna say, and bring it back with suggestions at the next, and then essentially tabling until the next meeting?
It continues it.
It's continued.
The one motion that we will need is, since we did vote to approve the contract with HMC, we'll need a motion to terminate the
Can we
I
contract.
move we
do that?
rescind it. I move we rescind
Yes.
it. Yes,
I'll
I
make
move we
that.
rescind it.
And I
Move to rescind it.
second.
Okay.
Good. Just to be clear, the contract hasn't been signed, so we're not terminating, we're just not going forward with the approval
Right.
anymore.
Correct.
We made a
Excellent.
motion
You
here.
need
I
a
would-
motion on that?
I'm
Yes,
very
first and second.
We have first, we have second.
Go ahead and,
Take a quick vote. Councilman Mills?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fasenelli?
Yes.
Councilman Reese? Councilman Polly?
Yes.
Mayor
yes,
Barnett?
yes.
Oh my gosh, it was a 5-0 vote. We're doing the right thing for sure.
Somebody will bring it
All right,
back.
so,
Someday
No,
we
we're
can-
not
was
bringing
that,
it back.
was that deemed to be part of item 6, I guess, that
is,
was? Okay, and then the balance, and the balance of 6, you're gonna come back next month with some suggested language
Yeah,
on
we
the
understand
business
that.
license.
We got that already.
Okay,
Michelle's going to do a show
Hi,
for
Michelle.
us
all right,
now. Yay, Michelle.
moving on to item 7, matter to consider the mid-year budget review and adjustments. Michelle, you wanna proceed with your report?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We have the mid-year budget review that we do every year, and basically it takes our annual budget based on our expenditures, what's projection, the new things that have occurred during the year, the things that you've requested, how it aligns with our expenditures and our revenues, if we receive more revenues, if we're receiving less, whatever the, it gives you a snapshot of where we're at mid-year. So after my review, the only thing that we bring to council is when we increase or decrease a fund's revenue or expenditure. So the general fund, as the report has shown, is that we believe we'll get about $118,000 more in projected revenue for specifically the misallocation, which we were kind of discussing in the last item of the Board of Equalization found a business that was, their sales tax was being allocated to a different city. So they're losing their money and we're getting the money, so it's a benefit to us. Sales tax has been up a little bit. Building activity, the insurance settlement has offset the the fences that were replaced on the trails that were hit. So obviously that's miscellaneous revenue that we weren't anticipating at the beginning of the year. The fantastic surplus revenue that we got with our beautiful Crown Vic, selling that. So just, they add up. So there's an extra $100,000 that we weren't anticipating at the beginning of the year. So there's the increase in revenue. The increase in expenditures in the general fund, as you recall, carry forward is what we call the money that we budgeted in the prior year for a project that was our streets, or not the streets, sorry, we had a little portion of the facade that got paid in our fiscal year that was not accrued back based on the timing. The trail project for the easements, and a portion of the monument sign funding that we had budgeted in the previous year that we never spent. So that money was already appropriated for. In the previous fiscal year, we assumed we were going to spend it, and based on life, it didn't get spent. So those monies are just already brought over. It doesn't, the key with a carry forward is that we're not saying, okay, we need to spend more money. It's just saying this is the money that wasn't spent that you've already said we want it to be spent for. Does that make sense?
So it doesn't go into a revenue increase this year, but it does go into an expenditure increase because it wasn't budgeted because it's a holdover from the prior year.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
it taints, it makes it look like we're having more expenditure.
Right,
but
we
it's
have,
in reality
98,000 more, but it's
What-
not new. It's just additional from the previous year. That's the majority of
Michelle,
the
what
increase.
was the total cost of buying those easements on Lemon?
I believe 40 total. I think 40 was, rough numbers.
Thank
So in a snapshot of our general fund, we anticipated our general fund unappropriated, that's less our reserve. So that's the $1 million that, that we set aside, and the designations for all the things that we, put money aside for, specifically that council deems. We're $145,000. We're assuming that that's good luck as of June 30th of the year. So we've done a good job cutting where we can. So next page, you see the summary of our $1 million reserve. Our designated reserves is down 29,000 because we used those monies for the vehicle, for accrued leave, and one more that is escaping me right now. But 30,000 was designated by council to be removed previously. So just kind of give you a snapshot. We're looking at 2.2. That's our estimate for June 30th. Million in the general fund. So it's looking pretty good. The other fund that changes, which is actually a net effect of 0, is our traffic safety fund. And those revenues are a direct correlation of expenditures and based on citations, on what our sheriffs find out there. It's just down a little bit. So it's conservative to now pull the money out of the special fund that is self-sufficient. So we're taking out 4,000 of revenue, taking 4,000 expenditures. Unfortunately, that 4,000 expenditures is absorbed by the general fund. But as you can see, we're holding our own there. So that's the traffic safety fund. The city sewer improvement fund, as you all know, we have that's a carry forward. We have 2 years worth of improvements being done. So that money was budgeted for in the previous year. It's being brought forward to current year for our big, fantastic sewer project. And just in an overview, we're still, we're being conservative. We have some issues on the forefront, routine, increases, CPI based on services. We've got that. That's understandable. Our PERS, as I know everybody's aware, that there's been a lot going on in our the contribution talks. It is specified that the mortality rates are going to start being hitting the cities and our contribution rates in 16-17. So
What a surprise.
Exactly.
so
In addition to what you were already expecting.
right now we have some ideas of Jared and I are talking about some ideas that we will bring forward when we have a little more information that might help us out a little bit. So we're trying to be creative there, but just to let you know that we're aware of that. CJPIA, we're still paying that off. That's that six-year rolling retro that we're paying off. Again, that's on our forefront, and again to continue to boost up our reserves. So that's kind of where we're going. In summary, our budgeted revenues will increase by only 114 and our expenditures by 545, but again, those are just because the projects have rolled over and they're multiple year projects into the current year. So all in all, the biggest concern that council should be worried about is that our general fund operating expenditures do not exceed our general fund revenues, and they do not.
Michelle,
We have a $10,000.
just to recap the big picture, if I could.
Yeah.
Did we have a $145,000 projected annual general fund surplus? Was that our budget?
If you can call it a surplus,
line?
yes, yeah.
Okay.
Basically, from what we anticipated from our original budget, we expected to be a little lower. We're
Okay.
145 up.
And we end up now, our projection is that it will be 114 instead of 145?
No, 114 is over all of the funds.
Okay.
I signal out or specify out the general fund because that's the most critical one. It's not that's what services the entire city. Whereas our special revenue funds, we get specific revenue that has to be used for a specific purpose, and they're self-balancing. Whereas the general fund's like pool of money, good luck, here's your taxes, go for it.
Right, but is there anything in the special fund category that we're gonna need to raid the general fund to say, no?
Yeah, no, because not unless something major happens.
Okay, so really,
Then we're gonna, then that $1 million we're gonna be talking about.
so the disposable item, the variable item is the general fund surplus,
Yes.
for lack of a better word.
Yes.
Okay, we had previously budgeted about 145, and it looks like it's coming in about what? What's our budget mid-year now? It was 145, now where are we?
No. It's $145,000 more. Our unappropriated fund balance, if you look at the second page of the staff report,
Right.
we have $2,228,000. Do you see that number?
Right, I do.
That is our total fund balance that we are anticipating for our general fund.
Right.
We were only anticipating $2 million, rough figures.
Okay.
When we did the budget last year. But because of, how we've cut in certain areas, gain in revenue, we're looking a little better. We're looking at $145,000 more
So here's
in
my
that
question,
pocket.
bottom line. When we did the budget initially, what was our total anticipated increase in undesignated, general fund availability? What was that increase budgeted to be for this fiscal year through June?
Okay, that's where, I'll break it down. If you go to the top of the page, you have the $1 million general fund reserve. You see that?
Which page am I on?
Page 2?
Page 2 of 3. Not that part.
Oh, no, the staff report, sorry.
What am I looking at here?
This right here. Looking at that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so $1 million is what we budgeted for, and that's not gonna change, because nothing's gonna happen before
Well,
June
now
30th.
you've got 2,220,000.
We're not touching that reserve.
You've got 2,228,702 is now the projected
For June 30th.
balance.
Yes. Our prior projection
Right.
was 2 million.
Okay, so we're up 228, that 225, or 225,000 bucks.
145,000.
Yeah, I was just using rough numbers. But it was originally 2 million. I can give it exactly. Let me find
We're
it.
up
And at the
145,000.
2 million number, and I know I can go dig through all this, but frankly, you can give it to me so much easier. That's why I'm doing this. So, what was our increase in disposable funds, if you will, general account funds? What did we anticipate the increase was going to be for this fiscal year when we started our budget this year?
Are you talking like profit loss? Is that what you're looking at?
Essentially, yeah. I know we don't have profit loss,
Okay,
okay? We got a fund increase in disposable, unallocated,
All right,
unappropriated
I'll
funds.
give you, let me give you that snippet, right? Hold on, give me like 2.
Yeah, there is a bottom line general
I
fund.
get it now. I didn't know where you were
Yeah,
going
and
with
I
this.
will,
Now I get it.
here's where
I
I'm headed.
understand.
I want to know what it was when we started.
sure.
And I want to know what it is now. I have the 2,228,000, but I don't know how much over that is. I don't know what
Okay, well, I'm trying to the reason why I do the staff report this way is to simplify and not give you too much of the information. That sounds bad. Not to
This has
confuse
separate
you.
categories, I know.
The 145 is above, that's, if you want to look at revenues and expenses, okay?
Right.
We had $145,000 more in revenues, and our our expenses stayed flat. So
Okay.
basically, we have $145,000 more to play with.
Than we had budgeted.
Correct.
And what did we originally budget as an
For
expected
revenues
surplus?
or expenditures?
The net.
The net, okay, all
The
right,
net
I can give you that, hold on, let me give you that number.
I'll just tell you where I'm going. It's very simple. We can play with it later, but I'm just looking at what we can do to reserves and how much money we got to spend after we build our reserves. That's all I'm looking for.
Okay.
You're thinking about socking more money into the general
That's
fund
it.
reserve?
That's it. And I'm thinking about what we have left after, how, if we can make a reasonable, I mean, this is not necessarily the item for this meeting. It's more of a finance meeting.
Future planning.
I'm just trying to get this in my
Yep,
head,
too.
so I've got something to think about in the interim. I'm trying to figure out how much can we put away to increase our reserve, and how much will we have to play with for projects. That's all. I'm just trying to get it in my head.
Right, you had about, I mean, honestly,
Yeah,
maybe 20,000.
is all we had
It was
before.
for operating, yeah, I mean, that's,
That
the
was our
thing with
spread.
Villa Park is your revenue source is taxes. You have your property taxes and you just pray that everybody pays them. And that, I mean, you get some inflows and that we can cut expenditures in certain ways and be multitask, you know, have staff members do 5 different jobs, you know, I mean, that's kind of how we roll. That's why we do this mid-year and say, okay, where do we need to cut back? Where do we need to be a little more, you know, specific in our funding? And we have like $100 budgeted line items. It's ridiculous. I get made fun of by all of my friends that are finance directors. They're like, really? $100, right? Yeah, we budget for $100.
But we had a thin this year. 20 grand was our expected build. That's a
But
thin.
that's because our, I mean, and I understand what we just voted on, you just voted on the business license. I mean, that's $10,000. And then with our, you know, animal care budget, I mean, there's,
I know.
you know,
that's
there's another, you know, 20, you know, I mean, so there's the flow of taking revenue and, I mean, revenue sources are very vital here. I mean, if we've got one, we want to keep it mild, obviously not be exorbitant, but at the same time, you don't want to give away, you know, the hand that
We had a
feeds you.
20,000 improvement in cash position in the general funding area.
And we're very
budgeted.
we're very conservative also
I know.
when we budget our revenues. So
And that shows up in the mid-year. It's starting
Right.
to show in the mid-year.
Right.
So now the mid-year has gone from 20, now the projection is,
145.
that's what I'm looking, you just answered it. Thank you very much.
Woohoo! I did it. Any other questions?
Anybody else want to beat her up on that?
No, I was satisfied with the report. I think everything
Yeah,
looks
good
really
job.
great.
It looks nice.
Good job. Thank you.
We're looking great.
Okay, and do we need a motion?
I'll make
I'll
it.
okay, I'll second it.
Go ahead, Jared.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Reese?
Yes.
Councilman Pollard?
Yes.
Councilman Mills?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fasenelli?
Yes.
Mayor Barnett?
Yes. Thank you, Michelle, and I apologize for that berating, abusive deposition-style inquiry.
Item 9, we'd already concluded 8.
Item 9 is
Discussion of the proclamations.
yeah, item 9 is the proclamations.
Yeah, I'm getting up at 4 again.
So,
It really looks like, from what I'm seeing here, that the mayor actually has, you know, does he have final approving authority?
The
Why not?
mayor or designee. Yeah, as I was researching, there's no rhyme or reason between cities.
Yeah.
It's policy direction from the city council. This at least deciphers between what is now a certificate of recognition and an actual proclamation. And ultimately, the authority with this policy as proposed gives the approval to the mayor or the mayor designee. So as requests funnel in, I'll send an email to Mayor Barnett. Hey, received a proclamation request for so and so, and he'll, you know, give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, and we'll move on.
And we still would, as council members, because I get requests from people, do I still funnel it through you?
Yeah, however you prefer. You can send it
And
to
I
him.
hope that the mayor wants to respect the request of a colleague on the council.
It depends.
let me,
Absolutely.
It just depends.
let me just make
No.
one comment on this. I looked at this and I have one comment written in here. On page 2, under paragraph 2 proclamations, at the bottom of those, what do you call them, bullet points there, where its last one says fundraisers benefiting the citizens. I was going to propose we put in one more that says any activity with a vote of majority of the city council, so that whatever the council wants to do, it can do in terms of a proclamation, mayor or no mayor, and regardless, so we don't have to put this in here. So if somebody wants to, some council member wants to set forth a proclamation and gives it to the mayor, and the mayor has an issue with it, they can put it on the agenda, and boom, it doesn't really matter what it is, as long as the council votes for it with 3 people, it's done. That's
Like an overriding?
Make that motion.
Yeah.
How, I got a question. How many requests do you get that are like emergency proclamation requests? The last 3 days before, you don't get that? So it's usually a month in advance or so, right? Okay, that's what I want to know.
And,
I'll say,
and we don't even know how many you're doing, because it ebbs and flows with the, kind of calendar year. End of school, there's a lot,
School, there are a lot. Eagle Scout ceremonies. There's a lot. Girl Scout ceremonies. There's a lot. And then it's your, Alzheimer's week.
Yeah, I don't care
Do
about
we
that.
want to have staff throw a copy of all of those in the following city council things, so they can see?
No.
See what they were?
No.
No? Okay.
It's a nice thing to do. It's ceremonial. It's, it might not mean a lot to us, but it means an awful lot to the individual who receives it.
Right.
And that's why I think it's, I think that if a council member's requested that a proclamation be delivered for whatever resident requests it or deserves it because you think that they're a contributing member. Everybody has a different view on who's important and who's not in this city. And for me, I don't know. I just think it's a nice thing to do, and I've never seen it abused. And the idea that it has to be approved by the mayor, it just seems wrong.
I'm okay with it.
Well, I'll second
Fine with it.
the motion. So unless somebody has further comment, you can take it.
I have a comment. I mean, basically, this is going to you're going to just look at it and you and Jared will decide, the mayor and the city manager.
Whoever the mayor is.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, that's what's been in the past. So.
Go ahead, Jared, with a vote then.
Is to approve the policy would you like to add the change?
Yeah, I think we ought to put in there
The amendment.
that any activity is appropriate for issuance of a proclamation with the vote of the city council.
Sounds great. Harris?
Yep.
Councilman? Mayor Barnes?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilman Paul?
You guys are going to really be living with this, not me, so I don't care.
Councilman Mills?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fastenal?
Yes.
Did you just
Yes,
abstain?
and abstain. I don't care.
Okay.
I really don't. I haven't seen it abused, but
I don't
it's a
care
good
that
enough
much either.
policy.
Did make sense to have a policy on it, though.
If I have to, I'll just make my own proclamation for somebody. I think it's worthy that you've done this.
Okay, item,
And I'll bring you flowers too.
item 9, matter to consider a utility box public art program.
Item number 10. We discussed it a couple months ago, and since then have worked with the CDC to refine the policy. The city owns 4 traffic signal boxes. The addresses are in the staff report, and the suggestion is that the artwork must reflect Villa Park's status as a bird sanctuary. Artwork must be original, must not contain advertising, religious art, sexual content, negative imagery, and ultimately the artwork will be approved by the Community Development Committee, and the final decision would come to the City Council. Artist eligibility must be residents of either the City of Villa Park or the City of Orange, recognizing the greater community. The budget for this is to be $250. Now this will go to the individual or the group approved, and it's an all-encompassing, all-inclusive budget. We'll have the maintenance supervisor paint and primer the boxes to give it a clean canvas. Then once the artwork's installed, we'll come add a graffiti coat on top of that as well. Selection process, up to 4 may be selected. It's recognized that we're not going to take all 4 or 8, and we'll at least run it through and review it through the CDC. The time frame as proposed is open this up in March. We'll have the artist selection announced at the May council meeting, so there's we'll skip the April's meeting, at least give us a 45-day window to review it and contact the artists and maybe, tweak some of the artwork if there's something we do not like. And then they can begin painting in June. In short, that's the summary, and
The only, we talked about this at the CDC, we're under 7, the artwork ownership. I want to make sure that we have language in here that if they copyright their artwork, that we get an assignment for it, because it's possible that at some time, the Women's League may take a picture of it and make note cards out of it or so on, even though we own it, if they copyright it, they're gonna have to sign the copyright to the city.
Was number 7 covered that?
I thought there was something in here that said it
It's number
belongs to the
7.
city,
Number 7.
period.
In addition, to have the
addition,
copyright,
okay.
assigned to us.
It says that completed artwork would be the property of the city, so I don't know how they could copyright it.
Well,
We could, maybe. But I don't have any objection.
I'm looking at somebody making revenue off of it, because in our city, we've made postcards and stuff, and it might be an issue when they see it on a postcard or a poster, and they sell it, and it's just an extra stop.
Anybody else have a comment?
We'll draw up
I
a
like the idea.
contract to.
I think it's good too.
I think it's cool.
You'll take care of it.
I'd move it.
I like it.
One quick point of clarification on,
Second.
on number 2, so what the artwork must reflect the bird sanctuary, and that, basically we're not gonna consider it for advertising religious art, such specific content. I think we should just add in there that it's for aesthetic purposes only.
Okay.
Just for a point of clarification. So I think artwork must be original and for aesthetic purposes only. It may not contain advertising religious art, sexual content, negative imagery, or convey political partners.
Since no one else seems to have a comment, I do have one, and it is right what you were talking about. That sentence about promoting its status as a bird sanctuary. I just like to have something that makes it clear for people that are involved that it doesn't mean it has to have birds in it. Could be landscaping, maybe even something says does not need to include birds. I
I
just.
thought we wanted it to include birds.
Yeah, that's the way we presented
I
it.
don't think we got a mandate
We
that there ought to
presented
be
it.
birds on it.
Because
I mean,
it says we're a bird.
Yeah.
yeah,
sure.
but
Hummingbirds.
beautiful landscaping picture that blends in could promote us as a bird sanctuary. I'm just thinking, I don't really want to make somebody think they got to paint birds in. It kind of constrains them.
Well, birds and trees kind of go together in landscape.
Yeah.
I kinda like
That's
birds.
why I'm saying.
Don't
So
do it.
I just looked at it and said, I hate to make these people think they got to paint birds on it, because it kind of constrains the freedom to put some nice landscaping in, and maybe they feel compelled to hokey it up with a bird to comply. That was my only comment.
Bird.
Oh my gosh, can I
Okay.
make a comment,
Yeah.
please?
I realize it's trivial.
Please, it is trivial, and that would be my point. This is absolutely not city council business at all. This is something that actually would be better done by, I think, our Community Services Foundation. That's part of what they do, or maybe even run by the Women's League.
They don't do it.
Okay, fine, they don't do it, but I don't like the idea of having qualifying applicants residing in the city of Orange. This is a Villa Park program, even though I don't think the city council should be doing it. It's a Villa Park program, and that the applicants should reside in Villa Park or work in Villa Park. I don't like the idea of us extending it to other cities. I'm sure that the other cities who are doing similar programs are not doing that. And I also don't like the idea of us expending $1,000 of money to go paint utility boxes. This is really, truly a foundation project. So for that reason, I won't be
Okay.
supporting it.
It's all right.
It's not city council business.
It's only because it's our property.
Anybody else have a?
Nope, I second it.
I still have a comment. Deborah just raised an issue. I don't think there ought to be any geographic constraints on this. If you're looking for artwork, I don't think we ought to, if you're looking for some quality work on there, I think anybody that's got the skill ought to be able to do it. And I don't think it ought to be limited to Villa Park or Orange or anywhere else.
I think the reason we said Orange is because Orange supports our neighbors, and we look, the Women's League, the Rotary, staff, we look to people in Orange to come to our events, because Tustin isn't going to come. And we're just trying to be good neighbors.
Well, I mean, they're certainly welcome to come, but.
And all the
I think what we're
boxes
really
basically
looking for is to
reside
beautify the
across from
city.
Orange.
So why would we constrain it to artists in any particular spot? I mean, we're looking for as qualified artists to beautify the city. We're not looking for a political move to say, you know, you can paint this if you live in Orange or you live in Villa Park.
We're just trying to be neighborly, only just with our neighbors.
I mean,
Again,
we can
that's
certainly
more than that,
invite them
yeah.
and mail it to them and give them notice of it, but I don't think we
Well, I
ought
don't
to
want somebody from Oregon.
geographically constrain. Who cares? Nobody from Oregon's gonna come anyway. So, I mean,
Well,
I just don't think we ought to constrain it. It's the same issue about, you know, I kind of feel like we're snubbing them out too. If they want to come from Orange Park Acres or they want to come from Anaheim Hills, you know, what's the difference?
Not all of it is.
well, that's how we did it. I guess it could be. I like it coming.
Other
from
than
the
that,
city,
I like
Park
it.
and Orange.
So, I would, you know, I mean, I would propose a amended motion that, that we strike the limitation on the geographical location of the artist, and other than that, you know, I move to pass it, so you can,
Okay.
somebody wants to second that, I don't know. You can-
I already did.
Oh, okay.
Wait, for opening it to all? He just made a second amended motion,
He made a first amendment to go ahead and go with it.
and he just
Oh,
changed
He
it.
just changed it again for an amendment, okay.
I'm so glad we're not doing anything important.
There was,
right
yeah, there
now.
was already a motion pending, Greg, so I had to do it as an amended motion. I just wanted to take the geographic limitation. I didn't think it made sense for the artist.
Oh,
Nobody seconds it, it's not much of an issue.
Hearing no second, we'll go with the initial motion,
Yep.
which I believe I wrote down as Councilman Reese, to approve the policy with the added copyright language and language for aesthetic purposes only. Councilman Reese?
Yes.
Councilman Mills?
Yes.
Councilman Foley?
abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Passanelli?
Yes.
Mayor Barnett?
Yes.
We're getting there, Brad.
I know. I'm beat.
Okay, matter 11 we already dealt with, and the Hero Program. Oh, agenda item 12, a matter that I added to the agenda concerning the Orange County Animal Control and the city's rising costs. And perhaps
This is a ripoff.
Michelle could best address that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is an item that I believe you've been receiving emails through Jared just on the status of saying, hey, you know, our animal costs are going up. Why are they going? We're researching it, and I've been in contact with a staff member over at OC Animal Control. Has been extremely helpful. Has been extremely busy as they were doing a lot of legwork to try and encourage the supervisors to do a fee study. And basically what's occurring is that the costs, the revenues that are for the services, you know, dog licensing, cat licensing, you know, animal licensing basically, or when your animal gets put in a shelter and you got to come and pick them up, they're found or stray or whatnot, those services, the money that they're receiving is not enough for the expenditures. And as they've painted this picture, unfortunately, supervisors said that they did not want to go forward with the fee study. Therefore, the city is hit with funding for, you know, people within the city of Villa Park that are not paying their licenses or that are not coming to retrieve their animals or, you know, whatnot. They're not paying a fee that would cover part of the services. And in the past, I spoke with this staff member again. They're short-staffed, and what they used to do is if somebody didn't pay, they would go after a delinquent homeowner or pet owner, and they would, you know, pursue them. And they said that's not going to happen anymore because they don't have the manpower. And I said, well, what can we do on our end? And she goes, well, a lot of code enforcement, you know, officers, you know, handle that. So I asked Tyler, I'm like, how many stray animals do you see? He goes, never seen one. So in our city, we're not going to be help for enforcing it. I mean, it doesn't really, it doesn't seem like it's a big deal, but apparently it is a big deal. And back in 2000, as far back as Alan and I could go, the city of Villa Park had a credit, and I asked him why we had a credit, and he said, that's a really good question. I know that there was, he goes, nobody here on staff was there then, that could have the information. So he was doing some research trying to find the information for us, but we had a large credit that offset some of these expenditures over the years. And now the credit is gone, but also the revenues are significantly higher. The expenditures, excuse me, are significantly higher than the revenues. And so the city is having to foot the bill for what, the residents aren't paying. So this is where we're at. Unfortunately, our first quarter was, from $0 to $4,500. So it's before you, what?
We're looking at $20,000 a year.
For 4 quarters. If it goes as, as routine, as history provides. So that's what we're looking at.
What happened today is I called Supervisor Spitzer.
Good.
And I said, what's going on?
He knows all.
What's going on? And he looked it up, he called me back, and he chuckled because he did not know that any city was being billed for this. No one's called him. And he said, yes, none of the supervisors would increase the bill. He had not heard that they were billing us. They weren't supposed to. They were getting their money through us. And I said, well, this is the second bill that we've received this year. The first one was $300, $400.
Yeah, $500 was for the last quarter.
Yeah, it was So at that point, I got an email from them that said that Villa Park in particular is getting charged more this year due to a decrease in their fee revenues. But no one's telling me, and Spitzer doesn't know, and he's going to get back to me, what the fee revenues are. Because what I said is, if our residents are not paying their license fee, and now the city of Villa Park paid it, now our residents pay that past due bill, you're going to give me the money back? Because now you've double dipped. He doesn't know that, and he's looking into it. He was not happy with this in any shape, way, or form. They said that this year we're going to be charged close to $6,000, and we'll begin taking further reductions once we hear from the cities. And some cities are interested in paying additional money from their general funds just to keep the services intact. And this came from a Steve Franks. Just so you know, and I got this at 3 o'clock because I'd made the phone call at 2:30. So half an hour later, I got this from him, and I'm going to forward this to you because that was right in the middle of what was going on. And I actually touched something that they didn't know what was going on. And I had Jared call City of Orange to see if our bill's $6,000. What's their bill? What's Tesla's? What's Placentia's?
Exactly.
And no one's called the supervisors to say, hey, how is this calculated? I'd like to know. You can't bill us $6,000 and not tell me why I'm being billed $6,000. That's crazy.
If I can piggyback off that, when I called Orange, honestly, ironically enough, at the same time the email came through for the city manager's luncheon. We meet the first Wednesday of every month. And on the agenda was OC Animal Care. So when the email came through, I was talking to Orange, and why was this agendized? And it's happening all over the county, or at least where Animal Care has contracts. So the city manager's subcommittee is meeting with some folks from the county tomorrow, and then they're going to brief us at our meeting next Wednesday. So I should have some more information then.
So have we paid this bill?
Yes, we did pay the bill. And
it was last month. I think it was on the.
We missed it. How often do we use their services, really?
And those are the numbers that we're trying to get.
They need to justify this big time.
I mean, we have plenty of coyotes.
Stray animals, deceased animals in the streets. Their number one service to Villa Park, what I believe, would just be shelter costs.
How often does that happen?
And those are what we're going to have to get, the numbers, the breakdown that we want.
Has anybody reviewed the contract to see what it says about what our payment obligation is?
The contract was entered into years ago. I'd have to pull it.
That would be
Could you get us a copy then?
Okay.
That'd be great. Well, I've got follow-up, and I will forward the emails to you as I get them. But if I may ask the city manager, please, to actually write a letter and get or Michelle to get the detailed backup of what that bill was for. I want to know, is it for 10 licenses? Is it for shelters? Is it for picking up that dead bird in the middle of the valley? They need to tell us
Yeah, they
that.
have to reconcile.
And
Yeah.
Oh, vector control
there
picks up the
are-
birds if you want
There
them.
are, they
West
do
Nile.
have counts. They do have counts for, you know, how many shelters, how many pickups, you know, whatnot. But they also have overhead. And it's, I believe,
It wasn't in here. 68% of their budget, 78% of their budget is
is
salary and benefits.
salary and benefits.
Oh,
Oh, it must be a permanent.
And so that is, you know, every
Gosh.
contracting agency gets a portion of that.
Sure. But the supervisors have to approve these rates. And they
did
didn't
it.
do it. They just went ahead and did it. That sounds like someone should be fired.
That's right.
Okay, so we
It's on the
have,
forefront for the contracted cities, that's for sure.
we have three issues then. Review the contract, get the detail, and follow up with the subcommittee, and then get back to us next meeting. Is that where we're
and
headed?
I would say we don't pay any more bills until this stuff is, until they justify the bill.
Yeah, but see, when it
The
was
invoice.
the small amount, I mean, we questioned it, we looked at it, no one would have ever expected it to have gotten this high, which is probably why it's on on everyone's agenda now. Everyone got hit
Absolutely.
with this huge bill. I mean, what are these big cities?
I can't
Gotta be
believe,
having
I can't believe
$30,000
we
bills.
paid it. I just can't believe we paid it, just
They have to.
because it
Ours
was
is
sent.
6,000 people here.
Anyway,
Maybe we can get it back.
Crazy.
we have credit now, right? We have credit?
The only problem with that, Councilman Polly, is that it's a service that the city received. And, I mean, we're obligated to pay that. I mean, I held it for a very long time. I got 3 delinquency notices on it
Oh,
until
really?
I got more information, yes. I held it for a long time.
So what was it? What was the detail then?
Well, I did get a spreadsheet, not the detail that we're looking for, that we're all speaking of, like how many, I received emails, I received, that, you know, the salaries and benefits were the majority of the allocation, along with, not getting revenues from the city, which we normally, or citizens, residents that own animals, that is way down. They gave me their explanation of that they're not pursuing them quite as frequently because they are like 18 staff members down, which were part of the team that went out for it, which is good because it saves costs on overhead, but you know, other services slide. So I mean, it was for the, you know, the services through September. So we have a December, you know, second quarter billing coming up, and I guarantee it's going to be 45,500.
But it makes no
45,000, sorry.
sense that now we get it, and 6 months ago, we didn't get a bill for $6,000. You know, I mean, none of it makes any sense, and I don't think it has anything to do with us. I quite frankly just think they're all pissed off because they didn't get the Board of Supervisors didn't let them do a fee study.
Well, we depleted
You
our
know.
credit too.
No one knows what the credit's for.
Doesn't matter. We still had a credit on the books, and now apparently we've depleted it, so that would pop it up.
Well, the credit lasts us years,
Years, right.
and it was only 20,000.
Yeah.
So 4 years at, you know,
Doesn't add up.
it doesn't add up. So
And-
we'll
and
work
how
on
did we
getting the
get
numbers, the
how did we get
materials,
the
and
credit?
we'll pay attention to this.
We don't know.
We don't even know
That's
how
when
we got
nobody
They-
can answer.
Apparently, the records, they're looking at it. And we don't, I mean, we have nothing here. Back before, I mean, it was 2007 when I came. There's nothing. So,
That is so bizarre.
Okay.
Very, very
Well,
bizarre.
do we need, we don't need a vote on this, do we?
No.
Okay, so we're
Well,
gonna,
well,
we're
you're
gonna bring this
requesting a
back.
budget
Well, it's a
adjustment.
budget adjustment,
Excuse me.
yes. Yeah.
But I don't want
I was
us to,
thinking
I don't
direction.
want us to
Yeah, budget
adjust the
adjustment.
budget. I want us to,
Where's the budget adjustment? Oh, I'm
have to-
sorry, what am
we
I?
have to
I'm
write
looking-
That's what you're-
Yeah, I'm sorry.
that's what you were requesting.
How much longer do we have this contract?
I'm gonna have to pull it.
You
Because
know-
maybe we don't need it.
No, there's,
Or we'd have to look at other animal care shelters or costs or services and.
Go private.
I
Well,
think
that
there's a
would be
bigger
great.
issue. It's not gonna just be our city. I mean, we
Yeah.
we have a lot of questions on this one.
So, but the recommendation here is to authorize the finance director to make the above mentioned budget adjustment, and I don't think we're good with, I don't think we're good with that.
We can hold off until next meeting.
Yeah, the
we set a
one
reserve?
caveat I would have is obviously if the city refuses to pay a bill for service, we put ourselves at risk of breach of contract action by the county. So that is the risk you run, as opposed to effectively paying the bill under protest is the alternative to avoid a breach of contract.
Okay,
suit.
well then, I think that needs to happen, that if you have to pay it, then that has to be done under protest, but I still don't think that we should, I mean,
Should we wait till we get another bill and take
We'll
it
hold off
in
until we have more
conjunction?
Is it once a
because we'll have
quarter? Is
answers
it once a
then.
quarter? Yes. Okay, so then we have time to look at the details in the contract.
but you're saying we just paid the closing September bill, right? The quarter closing September?
Correct, and they're in the process of preparing the December, or the closed December bill, so we should be getting that, I would say, in the next month or so.
Well, and his memo says that we're gonna be close to 6,000 for the year, so if we just.
6,000?
I.
20,000.
No,
No, I'm telling you what this email says to me.
Oh,
Of
6,000, I'll take that, I want that email.
I just got, yeah.
What if
I
we
got
just-
another email that says
Forward
20.
it on.
What if we continue this till the next meeting, because we won't have to pay the bill in the interim?
Right.
Then we can see what the bill is, maybe we'll have more knowledge, and we can make a more intelligent decision.
So move we table it?
Yeah. Continue it.
Okay.
I'll get him to get you a copy.
Anybody want
It
to
came in
second
late.
that?
Second it.
Yep.
Go, Jared. Aye.
Aye.
All right, what's the next one?
Oh, my gosh.
Anybody, the next item, I guess probably the last one, does anyone have a mandatory report on budget expenditure activity you undertook?
I have a quick comment. On the back of item 13 is the expenses paper, Jared. And I notice, under my name on the 122 OC form, I didn't go to that. And I noticed that the expenses on my side, but I didn't go to it. The
Oh, I
65
think
bucks.
Deborah went with us. That was the one with,
That's a mistake.
with the Southern California
Yep,
medicine guy, yes.
that should be
It's
mine.
just a
You're right.
mistake.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the
That's it.
only other item that I have on this
I
one
heard
is,
you
I
talk.
think you've got the, I think the budgets may be reversed, because it looks like Brad's sitting with a mayor budget, or is that,
2,500.
yeah,
We just recycle year after year, so we'll make that note.
all right. That's all I have. Anybody else have any comments on that?
Do we need to make reports?
If you got a mandatory, if you've got an expenditure, you got to report on,
We have expenditures here, looks like several here.
for current period, let's see.
Okay, well, here.
Period,
I,
we have Best and Bravest, which was OCFN and the Orange Foundation Gala.
okay, here you go. On Thursday, January 30th, let's see, I went to the Orange County Fire Authority's Best and Bravest with Mayor Barnett and Councilman Reese. Then, actually, on that same day, I also went to the Independent Special Districts of Orange County, where Rich Freshy from the Water Board is the president at this time, and the owner of the Register, Aaron Kushner, was discussing the way in which government agencies can work with the media. Let's see, one more, I went to on February 21st, I went to the Foundation of Orange Gala at Chapman College. At that time, we had the OUSD board there, our Assemblyman Don Wagner, Mike and Gina Bella were honored for their community service. I went there in representing the city and thanking the Foundation of Orange for being a community member of our schools and our residents of the children here who live in Villa Park. It was a very nice event. Mr. Mills was coming too, but unfortunately San Francisco didn't allow him to land, and he wasn't able to make it. He was on a plane. So there's my report.
Everybody beat me home that night.
Any other mandatory reports?
Yes, I went to the OC forum as well, and we talked at length with the chief executive of Southern California Edison about many different items about the shutdown of songs, et cetera. And at the end, and also I was at the Best and Bravest as well, so that was very nice, and of course we represented Villa Park. That's my report.
Okay, well, I don't know, do we need to repeat these? I attended the Best and Bravest as
Yeah,
well,
me
Jared. Does that
too.
need to be regurgitated? It does? Okay. I attended the Best and Bravest ceremony to honor our local firefighters, and I think that's all I've attended.
Yeah, I was at Best and Bravest as well.
Anyone have any others?
I didn't spend any money this month.
Okay.
And the small districts meeting.
Well.
No, that's right.
Remember, I
That's
was at
right.
that too.
No, you were with that.
Yeah.
Unless someone has something additional, I'm going to pound the gavel and free everyone. Adjourned.
Okay, I thought starting at 6:30 was supposed to help us get